Anyone can be all they can be. But it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
Hey guys, Mike Davis here. In my world, performance is everything. You can't afford to cut corners. That's why I teamed up with Alexander PC. These rigs are built right, veteran owned, and every single one comes with a lifetime warranty. So whether you're gaming, streaming, or competing, you need a machine you can count on. Trust me, Alexander PCs delivers.
Work, play, conquer.
My heart's beating a lot. I had no idea how this was going to come about, but my kids, Ty, he was like, you got to do it. So I said, you don't understand it. When I do it, I do it. So hopefully this is a good start to something very big and consistent for the jiu-jitsu world, especially in the area. I want to thank all my competitors, all my staff, my family, my wife Sarah, my boys for having my back all the time and just allowing me to chase my dreams. And you know, like I said in the video, I'm an athlete and a competitor first, so I want to create an event that's putting them first. And we need fans for that, obviously, so be good, clean fans. We have kids in the crowd. We don't need to be causing fights. It's not an MMA show at a bar. You know, let's just have a good night and watch some really good jiu-jitsu. Thank all my sponsors. My manager Brian's here. We have Jessica Penne, black belt UFC fighter, working commentary with Christian Reynoso. One of the most legends in the announcing world, Ray Flores. He got a good start at my XFO back in the day, and he ended up going on to Premier Boxing, Showtime Boxing, 1FC, and when I called him, he's like, I'm in. So we got the band back together, my referee staff, Bernadette, Mark Vivas, Rob Hines, Mark Wallen. Thank you guys. We have such a great group of people here running the show. I love you all. And I want to do one more thing before I go. I have a very special award for a very special person in my life, or a gift, I should say. Pedro Sauer, when I was 18 years old, I put my faith in him to direct me down a path that I felt like I was really missing in jiu-jitsu. And because of him, I found it, and because of him, this is possible. So, Professor, I love you. Now come up here, I have a gift for you. You can stay there. Doesn't want to put his,
Thank you.
doesn't want to walk on the mats with shoes.
Nope.
Thank you.
Very proud. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, guys.
All right. 8th degree black belt under Elio Gracie, the man. Thank you, Professor.
I appreciate it, brother.
Guys, let's watch some fights.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Proud of you, brother. Very proud, man. Beautiful, my friend.
Another round of applause for Jeff Curran and Peterson, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get this party started as we have welterweight action to begin. First, we welcome from Bushin Martial Arts Academy, competing out of the black corner, here is Jason Maravich. And his opponent from the red corner representing our MMA, here is Jesse Sneath. The referee in charge for this matchup is Mark Wallen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the inaugural JCI 1.
Jesse, the guillotine enthusiast, living up to his name by jumping to guillotine. But now he's found himself in bottom position.
Yeah, a great job there by Maravich, realizing that he was indeed in trouble, as Sneath did snatch on that guillotine very quickly. But now, from the bottom, it's a triangle that Sneath has thrown up. Jessica, you see him stacking, but at the end of the day, if it's not going to be the armbar, it's going to be the triangle that does him in from here.
I always go triangle before armbar. I know that it's not completely locked up. He's kind of gripping for life right now, but, oh, he transitions kind of threatens the armbar, but again, that's not necessarily the most safe bet, as you can easily defend it.
And credit to Maravich for remaining cool under pressure there. Obviously, it was submission attempt one right after the next by Sneath, but remaining resilient, remaining composed. There you see Maravich now grabbing that front headlock position, potentially looking to threaten something there.
Pretty impressive for a blue belt, honestly.
At the end of the day, these are two blue belts that are competing, but one thing that I've picked up on as an old school guy, blue belts are not made equally to the way they used to be, Jessica.
They are not they are not the blue belts full time, for sure. Both of the guys seem extremely composed, and they know their paths to victory.
Well, not just that, but if they're willing to take a step onto the big stage like this, obviously their goals are a little bit greater than the local tournament, per se. There's your front headlock there by Maravich.
Sneath is staying calm under pressure. He needs to start fighting off those grips. It looks like Maravich is going for a choke.
Potentially threatening there a Darce or some sort of headlock variation. We know there's a lot of different options from there. If you're Sneath, what are you looking for right here, Jessica?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, no, it feels like from the bottom, Sneath is digging that underhook, but at the end of the day, that front headlock is still absolutely, it was real peril until that very moment right there, actually.
No, he was staying calm under pressure. I would have probably gone for kind of a deep half guard kind of move, but he's created enough space. It looks like Maravich is going for a front choke.
Yeah, that is a Darce. This time a grip is a little different, but for lack of better words, squirrely from the bottom remains Sneath.
Twisting arm control. Twisting arm control. Yeah. Right there.
Gain an advantage like that. You can't let him get too far ahead of you, so he's doing the best. He's more defensive, though. He needs to get into a position where he can advance in an offensive way.
Here at the JCI 1, of course, we have a submission-only rule set. It's pretty simple, Jessica. Either you tap the guy, you put him to sleep, or you put him out. I mean, at the end of the day, we do have judges that we will pull in if after the end of regulation, we complete a 3-minute overtime. If there is still not a winner, at that point, we'll go to the judges. But look at that, a little catch wrestling there, possibly from Jason Maravich.
Maravich is doing his best to keep the judges out of it, which I always err on that side of caution. But Sneath attacking a leg now. And this is where he needs to be. He's spent most of the match thus far being in a defensive position.
Threatening a potential knee bar to heel hook transition now is Sneath. Once upon a time, blue belts weren't allowed to do leg locks, Jessica. I love seeing the advancements nowadays. I love seeing that these guys are competing at such a high level, even just a couple years into their training. Jason just 3 years into his training.
It really shows the progression of the sport, honestly, to this point. When in the past you've seen blue belts kind of abandon position before submission, being really aggressive, but these guys are very positionally aware. Even though they're going for submission after submission, they know where they're at, they know what their opponent wants to do, which is impressive.
A nasty squeeze from the top by Maravich as Sneath was looking to get a little perpendicular from the bottom. Back to that front headlock we go. It feels like this is a position Maravich is very comfortable from. Now potential anaconda grip here. Rolling for the anaconda there is Maravich. Now
Sneath defending well by bringing that high underhook. He's getting into half guard position. I would even dive deeper into the half guard position and work for a sweep, work to come up into more of a 50-50 position. And there he goes after that guillotine again. He does love a guillotine, which he told.
A great job of sitting up and realizing the potential headlock there. And a tap!
The tap!
Jesse Sneath weathers a storm there for Maravich and gets the job done.
Well done. Well done. Very impressive.
Very slick. Great job by both fighters remaining composed as they were just constantly throwing submission attempts at each other. But the cooler head prevailed as it was Jesse Sneath. snatching up a beautiful guillotine there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your winner by way of guillotine choke submission victory from our MMA, Jesse Sneath. And a round of applause to his opponent, Jason Maravich.
What is it? Jason Maravich and Jesse Sneath.
Our next matchup in the light heavyweight division. As we welcome to competition, representing the son of Siam, competing out of the black corner, introducing Matt Ritter.
Yeah, let's take him back. Coming up, I was confused. My mommy kissing the girl. Confusion occurs coming up in the cold world. Daddy ain't around, probably out committing felony.
Ready to put it all on the line underneath the bright lights.
And his opponent competing out of the red corner, representing Team Curran, here is James Pieper.
In steps James Pieper, 11 years the elder of his competitor, as he prepares to take on the blue belt. He himself a white belt, just 1 year of training underneath the big frog, Jeff Curran. He's ready to shine here and potentially pull off the upset.
The referee in charge when this matchup begins is none other than renowned official Robert Hines.
Rob Hines, our referee here. Now, before we get too deep into the action, how about a little fun fact about Rob Hines? His last MMA fight in 2000 was reffed by Jeff Curran. Jeff Curran's last fight, reffed by Rob Hines. Jeff Curran's first ever invitational. Let's keep Rob Hines in the mix and get him out here.
What a small world.
This is the subculture that we live in. Beautiful transition there, going right to the mount there is Matt Ritter. As I mentioned in the opener there, Ritter, a blue belt taking on the white belt in James Pieper. Now, kudos to Pieper, not just jumping on the stage after a year of training, but jumping up a division.
No, it's impressive. Look for Pieper on bottom to start securing a leg, trying to get out of that mounted position. It's one of the most dominant besides the back. And look, as I just said that, Ritter starts going for the back, securing. He has a nice body lock, and he's starting to work that choke. Pieper really needs to work to get his back to the mat, fight the hands, and start getting into a dominant position.
Seizing the opportunity to start pummeling under the chin there
Back to the floor.
is Matt Ritter.
Don't turn away. Turn towards him.
As Jeff the Big Frog Curran imploring his student, James Pieper, to remain tough.
Back to the floor. Go.
As now Ritter transitioning to potential head and arm choke.
He really needs to get that leg free, though. Pieper is doing a good job of locking that down. He knows that in order to finish the head and arm choke, Ritter needs to pass that leg.
Also kind of torquing on the shoulder there momentarily was Ritter. Great job by James Pieper weathering that little storm right there. It was a good sequence, maybe 3 to 4 submission attempts, one right after the next. Now looking to isolate that far side arm. Good
job securing guard by Pieper. Good job controlling the posture. What he needs to do now is create some angles, create some offense from this position. Nice sweep to the top.
A great job of remaining aware of the situation there by Pieper. The second Ritter worked his way up to the feet. I like the way Pieper grabbed a hold of that ankle, and it wasn't by any means for any sort of entanglement. It was most certainly for the sweep, and here he is now working from the top for the first time in this match.
Get an underhook, James.
We saw what a strong top game Ritter had. It's always interesting to see what happens when you flip the script a little bit.
Especially at these lower belt ranks, you don't necessarily have a well-developed game. You usually kind of favor something. And then when you go into competition like this, you find out the holes that you really need to work in. Everything gets exposed here. It's a great learning experience for both of these guys.
And with that, how about a quick shout out and credit to our CEO and founder, the Big Frog, Jeff Curran, providing a sensational platform for these up-and-comers. And not just that, looking to grow the sport by putting it free for all to see on YouTube tonight. It's not just about, obviously, the competitors in the event, but growing the sport and making sure jiu-jitsu gets to the level that it deserves to be at, the platform it deserves, the spotlight that the Big Frog's been talking about.
It's really impressive how far this sport has come and the trajectory that it's going in, especially with an organization like Jeff Curran Invitational.
James Pieper takes the opportunity to sit back for an arm in guillotine here. And with his
Ritter defending well.
Not bad for your first catch of the match. If you're James Pieper.
Climb your legs, pull your knees to your chest, climb your legs.
Now let's talk about the subtle differences between finishing up an arm in guillotine versus without the arms, Jessica.
Heavy on the head. Heavy on the head.
You need to be able to create an angle. That arm in kind of locks you into a position, so you really need to climb that high guard. You really need to kind of go for a 5 or a 10 finger, put a little bit more pressure onto the neck.
And it did seem like Pieper was remaining square from underneath, and maybe that was the reason that Ritter was able to eventually kind of just shimmy his way out of there.
It was giving him enough room to move.
As these matches go on and these guys get sweatier, we know these submission attempts just become that much more tricky to sink in tight.
It's just like MMA. Outside of the first round, you have a higher percentage of submission possibility because everybody's dry. And as the match progresses, that window kind of closes with slipperiness. Nice Uchimata.
Climb up, climb up.
Not high volume, but it put him in a great position. But you see Pieper on bottom going into that half guard position.
Well, you know what really impresses me about that little sequence is just, I mean, Ritter, just a couple years into his training, recognizing that Uchimata sitting right there so that he can put it down with that control. Sitting back for a leg lock now. Trading leg lock attempts, Jessica.
Going for a toe hold. It's a little risky, but I like the threat of a toe hold because technically it makes your opponent move and react a lot faster than any other kind of submission attempt. Even if it's not fully there, it makes them move, makes them scramble.
That exactly the case is upon going for that toe hold, Ritter was the one that actually transitioned to the bottom. We've seen already in this match that Ritter is clearly comfortable from the top and with the guard play. Right now, it'll be interesting to see if Pieper's able to put anything together, because with the one catch that he did show already, it's clear that he has submissions in his arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
Under 30 seconds here remaining in regulation.
Right now, they're both kind of jockeying for position, figuring out what path they want to go to. Nobody is in necessarily a dominant position, to be honest. They need to figure out where they want to go from here. And that comes with a lot of experience. Best way to get experience? Compete on Jeff Curran Invitational.
Stepping on the big stage, why not? And it looks like time will expire.
Grappling fans, there must be a winner. Therefore, we will now have a deciding 3-minute sudden victory round.
So now we have 3 minutes, Jessica. to find a winner. Now, it's obviously either going to come via submission or we'll be going to our 3 judges at Matt's side. And I will say kudos to, again, to the Big Frog for assembling just some extremely high-level talent to also be judging. We have world champion black belt Mark Vives, black belt Bernie Ambubuyog out of top level, as well as Mark the Shark Wallen. Just an abundance of experience as we see Ritter now looking to get offensive from the bottom, and Pieper hitting him with a little old school can opener, it looked like for a moment there.
A can opener is not one of those submissions that is usually legal. However, it's effective.
I'd like to see you say that to Mark Coleman.
I would never.
Shout out the Hammer. I like the forward pressure. I like the forehead positioning of Pieper here because he continues to make it uncomfortable and uses it beautifully to advance the mount.
He has enough time to work for a submission here, but more importantly, in this overtime, I guess they don't like the covering of the mouth. It's a cheeky little cheat, I guess.
The little muffler, as they like to call it. Shades of Wagner Rocha there.
Nothing wrong with trying.
And it's a heel finish as Matt Ritter is able to lace up a leg and get the job done in overtime.
And I was just about to talk about the overtime criteria. It's either by submission or a judge's decision based off of who was most dominant in that round.
Fans, your winner by submission victory in our overtime round. From the black corner, representing 7cm, Matt Ritter. Also, round of applause to his opponent from Team Curran, James Pieper.
I'm not sure what they're having a conversation about. Maybe.
You know, it could be a matter of figuring out whether or not things like that, covering of the mouth, the nose, if that's going to be a rule that potentially they enforce across the ranks, right?
I say let it ride.
I'm with you, Jessica. We're here for submissions. Let's get the job done by any means necessary. But then again, I'm kind of an old school guy. And
Well, I mean, if you're an old school guy, how do you feel about a white belt and a blue belt going for a heel hook? Because that is traditionally a no-no.
Competing out of the black corner, representing Hart BJJ, introducing Jeff Curran.
In steps Jeff Cohen out of Hart Jiu-Jitsu. A white belt with 2 years of training, but again, willing to put himself on the line in the first of several Team Hart versus Team Curran matchups. Two teams that are just miles apart, very friendly, but the rivalry is friendly. It's very, very real.
Where does that rivalry come from?
Well, it's not so much a rivalry of you versus me. It's much as protecting their turf, right?
So it's a regional rivalry.
Representing Team Curran, here is Brad Collier.
In steps the blue belt, Brett Collier. As I mentioned, out of Team Curran. Again, another blue belt versus white belt matchup. But one thing we saw in the last bout is belts for the most part, they're just for holding up pants. When we get out there, it's a matter of getting the job done and making a name for yourself.
The referee in charge for this middleweight matchup is Mark Vives.
To your point, jiu-jitsu is different for everyone. When people advance, it's very individualized. So a white belt could absolutely compete against a blue belt.
Yeah, and to answer your question, you asked me how I feel about white belts and blue belts going for heel hooks. You're right. In the old school, that sort of stuff was taboo.
It would have been offensive.
Once upon a time, it was offensive to go for a leg lock at all. But now we know those people just didn't have a leg lock defense. Whatever the case, it's a stand-up affair to begin things here.
Working for Hubbard, collar tie, trying to look for a 2-on-1. Oh, we almost had our first off-the-mat moment.
They indeed almost ended up in the lap of our judge, Bernie Ambubayag.
What are the odds we're going to see that tonight?
Very high,
Want to make a side bet?
No. No.
Oh.
And for the very first time, we've drawn blood. It looks to be potentially as jockeying for position on the feet, a slight clash of heads.
First of the night and potentially one of many.
Well, we shall see.
We're going to see if it's going to be that kind of night.
Time has been called due to small laceration.
My guess is that Jeff is more than happy to wipe it off and get back out there. But this early on in the night, I don't think we need to have any puddles of blood on our mat just yet. So you asked earlier as far as the rivalry goes. Maybe rivalry isn't the correct term. So I had the pleasure of talking to Jeff on my podcast recently, and he was talking about how despite being a couple miles apart, when it's a matter of standing up for your turf and representing your team, these matchups are very, very real, and they're very much going for a finish. Now, as far as being friendly gyms and being able to share the turf, yeah, we're friendly until the bell rings, right?
Friendly-ish. And I mean, some people need that kind of motivation in their matches.
Circle into the center, Jeff.
Now, because of this submission-only rule set, it'll be interesting to see who is the first to hit the mat if a wrestling takedown isn't what moves this match along.
I like what Gates is doing. He has a really nice sequence off of that 2-on-1, gets collar tie, kind of tries to get that 2-on-1, look for a foot sweep again, grab the single. He knows his path to victory here. He knows what he likes. And if he keeps wearing, keeps heavy pressure, eventually he'll get it. Cohen needs to start mounting some offense of his own, because right now he's being more defensive than anything. But just as I said that, he went for a counter Uchimata. I love a counter Uchimata.
Wise to it, though, is Collier. Like you mentioned, that 2-on-1 that he kind of keeps pulling into the rush in there. And it's also very clear that he's very physically strong. It's going to be difficult to move somebody like Brett Collier and get him to work into your own game plan.
What I would like to see from the taller Cohen is maybe snapping his head down, really trying to work for a front headlock, because against a shorter, stockier opponent, you're not going to want to extend yourself. It leaves you susceptible to a body lock like we just saw.
A nice arm drag there to a body lock.
Lift and a slam down.
And going airborne momentarily there was Jeff Cohen. Looking to throw in, that's one hook.
Beautiful mat return to the back take, and now he is threatening with
that's
the
one
submission.
Hook, that's two. We go under the chin.
I want to see that hand get behind the head. I don't like it on top of the head. It's too easy to comb over, although it looks like he's turning red right now. It looks like he needs to start fighting the hands, really have some urgency with defending that choke. Beautiful, beautiful.
Jeff Cohen remaining tough.
Do not stop and breathe right there. You cannot stop and breathe. I want to see posture. I want to see start breaking that guard open. There is no moment to rest.
Fair enough, but Jeff Cohen,
it was tight.
He went a good 30 seconds without taking a breath, Jessica. Now in top control. A great job there. Again, remaining resilient, now looking to implement his own offense.
Jeff, put your left arm across his head.
Good job there. Composing the guard and immediately sitting up.
Heavy, Jeff, heavy.
Gates is relentless with those attacks.
Sit through, dump your left hip, leg straight.
It looks like he's going for a Kimura sweep from a half guard position. This is kind of a tough one to get. You really need to throw your hips back towards the mat.
And you also run the risk of the top person freeing their leg and potentially attacking an arm of their own.
Yes.
But I think what's really refreshing, especially at this level, Jessica, is how we're seeing so many submission attempts get launched, one after the next after the next. It's easy to let the bright lights get the better of you in this moment, especially as a white belt or a blue belt, right? But that is not the case at all, as both of these guys have been all systems go.
There's so much more opportunity these days in this current time of sport jiu-jitsu to get competition in. It's really a great time to be involved in the sport. So much opportunity.
Back to the center of the mat we go. In a very closely contested matchup as Cohen takes on Collier here in our third bout of the evening. A little under a minute and a half left remaining in regulation. There's that Kimura attempt
and again there's that Kimura attempt. It looks like he has his hands locked up enough to where that he can start threatening that sweep, start breaking it, prying it from the body, and threatening a submission.
Jeff, dump that left hip. Yeah, now sit in, Julie.
Separating there the arm is Collier. Jeff Cohen is doing a good job of keeping that hand hidden, but once it's out, with a strong guy like Brett Collier ripping away at it, that is deep trouble.
He's doing a good job of defending. I'd like to see him maybe bring his hand in, grab his hand to defend. It looks like maybe he's grabbing his own leg to stabilize and make it more challenging for his opponent to sweep him. Doing a good job defending that leverage.
Separating the arm and looking to become perpendicular for the bottom was Collier. Cohen is out.
Drop the hip and pass.
Well done. What I'm seeing from Cohen is great composure.
30 seconds.
Letting Gates kind of throw everything at him and staying calm and patient is very impressive.
That top pressure as well from Cohen. You notice that when he lets off just slightly, it's what they call that invisible jiu-jitsu pressure. He's very well aware of what he's doing when he's releasing and when he's not. Look at him surfing from the top. Blue belt versus
and now
white
he's
belt,
grabbing a Kimura of himself. I don't think he'll have enough time to finish it as that blow, as that horn sounds.
After our opening 7 minutes, we now go to an overtime round.
It'll be Collier on the bottom here, as we will begin the overtime with Jeff Cohen inside the guard.
Hips in, one arm floats, one arm opens the guard.
Break him down, pull.
There you go, excellent. Jeff,
Break him down, don't let him
Split his leg open, yes.
Now with just 3 minutes to work, Jessica, from the bottom, is it just a matter of starting to throw up submission attempts, maybe looking to advance the position, or
In
how
3
do you
minutes,
make the best of this?
in 3 minutes from guard, I'd like to see him really controlling, and as you said that, yes. I was going to say control the posture and start really throwing your hips up, at least threatening.
As there we have one arm in and one arm out. Of course, the recipe for a triangle. Good posture there by Jeff Cohen.
Cohen's posturing really well. I'd like to see him start really backing out of that and looking for a pass, as he does right now.
Collier looked to transition to an armbar, but it was...
I hear them yelling for a toe hold, and I would actually say start working to that upper body pass, because now he stayed below the hips a little bit too long. It gave Collier a little bit too much room, and Collier is fishing for that Kimura. He really likes that position.
Yeah, going back to the Kimura while there momentarily was Collier, and almost taking the back was Jeff Cohen, but now in full mount.
I need a finish.
Elbow escape, let's go. Work.
Really nice hip bump to escape that mount. That was pure strength right there.
Another potential leg lock buzzer beater in this, our third bout of the evening, as Brett Collier lacing up the leg of Jeff Cohen.
Wisely standing up, breaking apart those legs. I wouldn't look for a counter. He escaped that very well.
Jeff Cohen spinning his way out of peril.
Jeff, you have to finish.
As now we are under a minute left in this overtime period. Considering sitting back for another leg lock there is Jeff Cohen. But attacking that straight armbar there was Brett Collier. This is submission attempt after submission attempt, Jessica.
And to mount. Wow. So what happened there is he sat back for the leg, but he wasn't in a great position to do it, and it allowed his opponent Collier to take the mount. And this is not where he wants to be this close to the end of this round.
Certainly not where you want the judges to remember you if you're Jeff Cohen as this period expires, and attacking an arm lock there was Brett Collier. What a match, Jessica.
That is probably one of my favorite submissions to go from the back to an arm. Why I prefer that, especially in the later rounds, is because the arm is a lot easier to isolate. Your body, your hips are a lot stronger than an arm, and it's a lot easier to defend a choke these days.
Our decision is in. Let's kick it over to the voice of our mat tonight, the great Ray Flores, to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing 2 rounds, we go to the scorecards. All 3 judges have it identical. For your winner by unanimous decision, Brett Collier. And a round of applause for his opponent, Jeff Cohen. Grappling fans, stick around. More action on the way as we are just beginning. Jeff Curran Invitational 1, the Inception, presented by Sandlot Media Group.
Anyone can be all they can be, but it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups, and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
Hey guys, Mike Davis here. In my world, performance is everything. You can't afford to cut corners. That's why I teamed up with Alexander PC. These rigs are built right, veteran owned, and every single one comes with a lifetime warranty. So whether you're gaming, streaming, or competing, you need a machine you can count on. Trust me, Alexander PCs delivers.
Work, play, conquer.
Continues as we now have welterweight action. First, please welcome from the black corner, representing Team Curran Open Guard BJJ. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Brad Corcoran.
Representing Open Guard Academy, it's Brett Corcoran making his way to the stage. 170 pounds, another white belt, but 5 years of training already underneath his belt. With wins over in the regional circuit. It's time to shine here into the JCI lights.
And his opponent competing out of the red corner, representing RMMA. This is Will Gates.
In steps Will Gates, a purple belt after just 4 years of training. If that isn't telling of the trajectory that Will Gates has had, this young man tours along with the rest of the RMMA, competing in some of the biggest events all over the world, from ADCC trials to the biggest local stages. Will Gates is a potential future star, but staying in front of him is a very game Brett Corcoran. Super exciting matchup, Jessica.
And just think about the confidence.
For this welterweight clash is Bernie A.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt Bernie Mbubu Yagar referee, as Brett Corcoran and Will Gates face off here. So I mentioned it earlier, Jessica, Will coming out of Real Movement and Martial Arts. 8 total competitors out of that gym competing tonight. Let's talk about that strength in numbers and what it means to have all of you guys with the same date in mind.
It's so motivating. It's so important to have like-minded people in your camp training with you and pushing you and being on that same kind of level, because you don't want somebody who's just kind of casually training. You don't want somebody who doesn't really understand your goal and where you're at. I love it when people are in camps together. It just really raises the level. It elevates the intensity.
And as far as elevating the intensity goes, how about their fearless leader, Joey Deal, leading from the front, as he'll be in our main event tonight. So it's not just like a handful of the guys all working on one to get together for the same event. I mean, your coach is leading you from the front. You're all got the same date in mind, and you can all prepare to go to war together. It means a lot.
So in my experience for MMA, there needs to be a separation between athlete and coaches, but I feel like it just works so well with the jiu-jitsu mindset with jiu-jitsu competitors. You want your coach in the trenches with you. You want them leading you to victory, and also arm in arm.
From the top, it's Brett Corcoran working from inside the open guard of Will Gates. Will Gates has a very well-rounded game. Very familiar with working from the guard, attacking leg locks.
Gates is doing a really good job of Corcoran is doing a really good job pressuring Gates, and Gates is doing a great job of keeping Corcoran at bay with that inside hook. Now Corcoran is trying to control it. He's past it.
Nice job from the bottom there by Will Gates, elevating Corcoran using those butterfly hooks. Will Gates, a doctor of physical therapy. Look, see if he can prescribe a submission to Will Corcoran tonight.
Nice elevation and going for that leg. It created a scramble and allowed him to sweep on top.
Great job using that entanglement, as you said, now to see what he can get done with this top position as he looks to pass the open guard of the open guard disciple, Brett Corcoran. So in this submission-only rule set, it can become easy to be almost busybodied out there which oftentimes you'll see, especially in the lower ranks, weak positional jiu-jitsu. Not the case here from these guys. Is they're very methodical in their positioning, Jessica.
No, they're advancing at a very workman-like pace. They're taking calculated risks.
Will Gates, speaking of calculated risks. Beautiful job sitting back there for the leg lock, for that heel hook. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, it's Will Gates the big win.
He did it at completely the right
Ladies
time.
and gentlemen, the winner by way of submission victory from our MMA, Will Gates. And a round of applause to Team Curran Open Guard BJJ, Brent Corcoran. Our next matchup will be contested in the featherweight division. As we welcome, competing out of the black corner, representing the Brother BJJ. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Michael Rizkallah.
In steps Mike Rizkallah, a local MMA fighter. Very well-rounded, though, looking to try his hand on this high-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu stage. Recently had a head kick knockout that went viral. Now looking to see if he can have a viral moment on the mat tonight, Jessica.
Well, if he keeps that mentality that he has in his MMA fights into Jiu-Jitsu, anything is possible.
And his opponent, representing our MMA and competing out of the red corner, introducing Logan Szostek.
In steps Logan Szostek, another RMMA disciple. We talked about the strength in numbers as Will Gates stepped out earlier. Now it's Logan's opportunity to represent for RMMA.
The featherweight clash is Mark Wallen.
Thus far between Jesse Sneath and Will Gates, RMMA 2-0 thus far. Logan Szostek looking to keep the ball rolling against the very game Mike Rizkallah. Nice job by Logan using that failed takedown to set up that front headlock position, Jessica.
Rizkallah doing a good job fighting the hands off, staying calm. Shake it off, and now they're looking to re-engage. Nice arm drag attempt. Both of these guys are so explosive and so eager. I almost want them to maybe take a step, a breath, and just figure out their opponent and figure out their path.
Both Rizkallah and Logan blue belts. From the corner of Mike Rizkallah, the great Aaron Brooks, who we'll see later on in the card, imploring his fighter to take his time and slow down a little bit. And I kind of touched on that in the last bout, Jessica. You know, sometimes it's hard when you do these submission-only rule sets. You feel like you've really got to keep your foot on the gas the whole time, which you do. But also, like you said as well, it's important to take a breath sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, when you breathe, you see things clearly. You see the openings. You're able to create the openings. And sometimes when you're just going at each other, you miss opportunities. And again, that comes with experience.
Diving in there for the takedown was Logan Szostek. Great job of doing getting that takedown and also using it to immediately pass. Transitioning to the back is Logan.
Oh, that is tight. He needs to start fighting.
Fighting the choke is Rizkallah, but to no avail. Your winner, Logan Szostek. RMMA continues their winning ways, 3-0 thus far. Feels like they're here to make a statement tonight, Jessica.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner by way of tap out due to rear naked choke, representing our MMA, Logan Szostek. And please give a round of applause to his opponent, representing Vienna brother BJJ, Michael Rizkallah. Our next matchup will be contested in the lightweight division. Please welcome, competing out of the black corner, representing Tipping Point BJJ and Crucible BJJ and Judo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rihanna Hartwig.
Jessica, it is time for the ladies to take center stage.
I love watching the ladies. There's something different about when two ladies step onto the mat. There's a different kind of intensity, ferocity, and technical ability that we see in the women's matches.
Her opponent competing out of the red corner, representing Team Current Open Guard of BJJ. Here is Michaela Matt.
Michaela Matt making her way to the mat. An ADCC medalist at beginner and intermediate. 72 wins on smooth comp as a white belt. This girl has been there and done that, and she's looking to keep the ball rolling tonight, and what an opportunity, Jessica.
Matt going for almost a tie plum, and there are a lot of like sweeps that you can do from there, but I think that the best option would be to go probably for a snap down, especially against a shorter opponent like Hartwig.
Jessica, I know we already touched on it once, but this has got to be super special for you, having been, I know you're a woman of first, the first female to fight for Bellator, the first female to win a title in Invicta. To be here for the first JCI and to see these ladies take center stage. We have a female black belt as a referee. What a growth we have seen, not just in martial arts, but specifically in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
It's completely unreal. It was always so challenging going to tournaments. Nice Osotogari attempt from the collar tie. It was always so challenging even having one match if you went to a tournament. Nice Osotogari. Two almost side control. Hartwig is doing a good job of getting her knee shield in there. Oh.
As Michaela Matt gets the job done, as she got that takedown, she was able to keep the arm the whole time, Jessica. Great job of recognizing that opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner by way of tap out due to submission, representing Team Current Open Guard BJJ, Michaela Matt. And a round of applause to her opponent from Tipping Point BJJ and Crucible BJJ and Judo, Rihanna Hartwig.
It's so wonderful that females have the opportunity to compete against people in their own weight class. In the days of old, you would show up to tournaments and you'd have to do absolute just because there weren't enough females to compete against.
The light heavyweight division. Please welcome, competing out of the black corner, representing Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Commerce. Here is Jackson Meyer.
In steps the 19-year-old Jackson Meyer from Gracie Jiu-Jitsu and Commerce.
And his opponent, representing Capital City MMA and BJJ, competing out of the red corner, Please welcome Gilberto Diaz.
Gilberto Diaz out of Capital City MMA and BJJ.
Your referee in charge is Robert Hines.
Locking up and immediately looking for wrist control is Diaz.
I'm seeing a lot of upper body grappling. I haven't really seen anybody go for the legs. And so sometimes when, oh, nice little shove. An arm drag attempt gets him to the back, but almost pulls himself into a mounted position. Good recovery and now into butterfly guards.
It does look like maybe from the bottom, Meyer's going to be looking to elevate potentially to attack a leg. And it's, aside from just being 19, to be just training 1 year and to already have that sort of game in your repertoire, I should say, Jessica. It speaks volumes to the training he's getting in the gym, because that's some high-level stuff.
Absolutely right.
Diaz remaining calm as he looks to engage a passing sequence there.
And Meyer doing a good job constantly trying to off balance. He's constantly rolling the wrist, trying to get that hand position, elevating with his legs really well. Now he's going for a shoulder attempt, which you can swip from that position as he's trying to. But Diaz doing a great job of posturing and not letting Meyer get that head control, get that lockdown on the shoulder.
Clearing his leg there is Diaz momentarily again recomposing, well, let's say the semblance of a guard momentarily is Jackson Meyer. Now, despite not seeing a whole lot just yet, I am impressed by the demeanor of Diaz. He does seem very calm, very composed, waiting for, I almost treat it as, I call it opportunistic jiu-jitsu, right? And there his opportunity to present itself, immediately going to north-south.
What he did was he made Meyer attack, create an opening, and then he capitalized on it. He was momentarily in a north-south position. Meyer has regained a butterfly guard again and is going for that same kind of elevated butterfly sweep. Now looks like he has an underhook on the leg, just constantly trying to off balance, but Diaz is doing a great job of floating, staying aware, and then letting Meyer create openings for him to attack and for him to pass.
Looking for that same pass from earlier was Diaz, and doing a good job of, when it failed to the left, passing to the right.
Halfway, Jackson, halfway.
Using that knee shield from the bottom is Jackson. Fishing for another leg entanglement here is Jackson Meyer.
The matrix is hard to do in no-gi, but it is possible. You can go to a bear trap kind of calf slicer from there, which is really fun. Again, Diaz getting into a north-south kind of attempt, but not able to really sink his weight down. Meyer's doing a great job at retaining guard and staying like really kind of annoying with his legs.
Yeah, that's, as a matter of fact, it's got to be pretty, mentally defeating if you're the top player and you put all that work into passing just for that one leg to keep finding its way over the top for that recomposition. But this time, a nice pass.
The thing is, if you get there once, you can do it again. So, yes, it is discouraging, it is frustrating, but he's seeing openings. He's getting there again and again and again. It's just making those small adjustments. I would like to see him next time, if he gets into that position again, to really sink his weight down. He had his head over his hips, shoulder pressure on the hips, and that was the start of good solidification of a position.
From the feet, it feels like Diaz can kind of almost lull you to sleep, and then before you know it, he's getting in on those legs. You know what? Similar to the jiu-jitsu that we saw on the ground. It's opportunistic, and honestly, I like it.
It does work there, and to your point, you do kind of lull your opponent into a false sense of security when you do that. They're not getting any kind of repercussions for their actions, so they're going to go, maybe get a little bit more aggressive, and that's when you counter.
Potentially a failed throw there for Jackson, as Diaz more than happy to settle into the top position. You could just tell that from the bottom, Meyer's hips are so loose and he's so good at inverting and recomposing that guard that things like maybe a basic double underhook pass, they're just not going to pay dividends with somebody with this sort of an active guard.
No, Meyer is great at finding those little openings to get his legs back in a retained guard.
Potential Darcy, again. It's those squirrely hips. It's the ability to stay. Every time it feels like Diaz has the answer, Meyer changes the question.
This is probably the most settled in a north-south that I've seen Diaz thus far. But again, he just kind of gave up. He had pressure. He was almost locked in for a Darce, and he gave it up.
At the conclusion of our opening round, there must be a winner. Therefore, our overtime round is on the way.
The flip goes to the red corner, so it's Diaz deciding to go from neutral here.
Well, I think he's confident enough in getting a takedown, staying on top, and looking good to the judges. It is a strategic move in my mind.
Again, snatching up that single. Beautiful job by Diaz. He doesn't make too much. It's not a big production, right? It's very workmanlike, like you said earlier. He just kind of gets his head in there. He pummels in for position, and as soon as that leg presents itself, he's all over it.
Meyer almost too calmed and composed in this bottom position for this post-regulation round. And again, Diaz back into a north-south. Meyer doing a great job of keeping his hips off of him. I really want to see him just kind of hip down, switch those hips and sink down.
What, does he have an earbud to you? Because right as you said that, you saw him kind of sink his weight down and it paid some dividends. Yeah, at the end of the day, when you've kind of been going to that same well over time and time again, you realize you got to do something a little bit differently. And you know what? If that's the best position that you're able to accomplish, you might as well go there and make the most of it in overtime.
Now Diaz is going knee on belly. He's staying a lot tighter right now, but again, Meyer gets those legs in. There's a great back take from that position that Meyer's in. I think he's flexible enough to do it, but now Diaz is a little bit too high.
Veteran referee Rob Hines moving the action over just a touch. As Diaz just continues to grind away from the top.
This post-regulation round, I really like to see the guys kind of take it into a second, third, fourth gear. They're still kind of coasting in first gear in my mind.
Well, not a lot of time left as we are under 30 seconds. Some of those matchups are certainly happy to be sitting here dressed like a nerd behind a mic and not judging, because this is a really tricky one to really get a vibe for, Jessica.
For me in this, I feel like it's a... Oh, I was just about to say I feel like it's almost easy for me. But again, I'm not a judge.
Grappling fans, the winner of this matchup via unanimous decision, out of the red corner, Gilberto Diaz. And let's hear it for his opponent, Jackson Meyer.
For me, I saw Diaz winning that.
That top pressure.
Yeah, it was top pressure.
Factor.
He got into not necessarily north-south for a long extended amount of time, but he got it repeatedly.
In the heavyweight division, introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Hosmer Jiu-Jitsu and the Pedro Sauer Association. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ben Anderson.
In steps Ben the Tiny Dancer Anderson, which is clearly the perfect nickname for a heavyweight.
And his opponent competing out of the red corner, representing Heart Jiu-Jitsu. Please welcome Kevin Pomales.
In steps Kevin Pomales, representing Heart Jiu-Jitsu, a blue belt. Currently residing in Harvard, but formerly he calls Puerto Rico home.
Your referee in charge when this matchup begins is Mark Vives.
World champion, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competitor. Mark Vives, our referee here.
I'd really like to know the story behind Tiny Dancer.
You know, Tiny Dancer BJJ, I guess it's just that's a Instagram.
It's my favorite Elton John song.
Well, I was going to say, if that's an Instagram handle you're interested in, I'm sure you could fight Ben for it.
No, thank you.
Hard pass, hard pass.
I'll stay right here.
As he clubs Pomales over the head with that right hand. Well, you asked earlier, Jessica, if we were going to be seeing any of these matchups work their way off the mat. Potentially, let's hope it's not with the heavyweights tonight, at least for the sake of our judges and ourselves.
I feel like we have a nice enough barrier in between. They would fall into this kind of moat.
Yeah, I don't want to find out.
Wow! Beautiful throw and beautiful reversal to that throw.
Yeah, but immediately considering the buggy choke from the bottom was Pomales. Clearly he has CJI still on the memory bank. They're watching Craig Jones hit it twice on Chael. Ooh, a squirrely bottom game there already on display by Kevin Pomales.
Anderson said previously that he considers himself a pressure fighter, and that is what he is doing right now to Pomales on bottom.
So the tiny dancer, Ben Anderson, obviously a big guy, has plenty of top pressure, but was formerly 365 pounds when he started doing jiu-jitsu. Said he didn't do much other than play video games, and after blowing out his knee, he realized it was time to make a change, and a change he made now. He's out there representing his team of Hausford Jiu-Jitsu under the Pedro Sauer Association in front of none other than Master Pedro Sauer in the house. What a great feeling, huh? Jessica, not just have your whole team behind you, but I'm talking about the patriarch. A leg lock entanglement as Pomales is looking to take home the leg, and it's a tap! Oh. Kevin Pomales putting away Ben Anderson.
Pomales weathered the storm well. He went for that leg and ended up getting that submission. Anderson, in my...
JCI fans, your winner by way of submission. Out of the red corner, Kevin Pomales. Also, let's have a round of applause. His opponent, Ben Anderson.
When somebody is aggressively attacking the leg.
There's official JCI merchandise available. Make sure to pick some up and take home a piece of history. Get some JCI merchandise now. Also, want to let you know, for those of you that are in general admission, please do not stand in front of those that are seated. We want to make sure that everyone is sitting in their purchase seat. Thank you. As we get ready for our next matchup, it'll be in the flyweight division. First of all, please welcome, competing out of the black corner, representing the Black Lion Jiu-Jitsu Academy, presenting Paige Mez.
The stage is set for more ladies to put it on the line here, Jessica.
And look who is in the corner of Paige, none other than former light heavyweight champion Jamal Hill.
And her opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Underground Submission Grappling. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chelsea Cayemberg.
In comes Chelsea Dicaprio out of Common Ground BJJ. Chelsea Cayemberg. Sorry, Cayemberg. My apologies. Stepping into this very exciting matchup. Immediately locking up was Paige Maz. You see her immediately whipping her to the ground and advancing to mount. An aggressive start for Paige.
Already with the back mount. Flattening her out.
We are 20 seconds into this bout, and Paige already has established a takedown, established top position, threatened the back momentarily. Now with that gift wrap on the left arm of Chelsea Cayemberg.
Cayemberg wisely putting Paige into three-quarter mount, holding onto that leg, not letting her advance. What Maz is looking to do is get that gift wrap and advance probably to the back. Oh, it looks like she's actually trying to get a choke right now. She needs to get that hand around her forearm to really solidify it. You can choke from there, but as her corner just said, don't choke the arms, don't burn the arms out. Gets the back, a nice little gift wrap right there.
Keeping that wrist in that gift wrap beautifully is Paige Maz. She did get both hooks in momentarily, but now settling back into mount. So we talked about the strength in numbers when you come out here with a big team, but how about that, having somebody of the caliber as Jamal Hill in your corner as a blue belt, to know that you've got that sort of belief behind you. That it's not about the star power, it's about the movement of the team all coming together for you at this stage of your career. It doesn't matter whether you're in the UFC or you're stepping into the JCI. They're clearly a team coming together. I'd imagine that means a lot, Jessica.
That kind of energy really, really does boost you up. It absolutely does. It gives you a little bit more confidence knowing that you train alongside and have the support in your corner of somebody that competes at such a high level.
Now, it does seem like when she has her in that S mount, she is potentially looking to use that gift wrap, almost like she's getting that left hand inside to cut maybe one carotid. And when that fails, she's more than happy to transition to the back.
It looks like Paige is trying to climb her legs up and go for a triangle armbar attempt, but she still could get the triangle.
Paige,
she gets the tap by
getting
armbar.
the job done there.
From start to finish, it was all Paige. It almost looked like a slot machine.
Armbar, right?
Armbar.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by way of submission out of the black corner, Paige Miz. And a round of applause for her opponent out of the red corner, Chelsea Cayemberg. Don't forget, grappling fans, to pick up your official JCI merchandise. Take home a piece of history and purchase some JCI merchandise. Get it immediately. Thank you. Our next matchup will be competed in the featherweight division. Introducing to you first, competing and representing the black corner, fighting out of Park City, BJJ. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Trip Ocana.
In steps a 21-year-old purple belt out of Park City Jiu-Jitsu, making his way to the JCI Inception is Trip Ocana.
And his opponent, representing Capital City BJJ, fighting out of the red corner, this is Edgar Barron.
In steps Edgar La Pulga Barron. Capital City BJJ is who he represents. He's already, as a blue belt, stepped on some big stages competing at the ADCC Open.
Referee in charge for this contest is Robert Hines.
I anticipate some big action here, with Tripp saying his favorite grapplers are Andrew Tackett and Nate Diaz. And La Pulga Barron saying he's a big Kate Ruotolo fan. Something tells me neither of these guys cares to incorporate the judges, Jessica.
I think you're onto something right there.
We're seeing a lot of these from the grappling position, a lot of these Russian ties, Jessica. Nifty movement there.
That looks like something right out of Justin Flores' tutorial right there. He went for
shout
that.
out J-Flo is looking to jump potentially for
and
a triangle there momentarily
triangle.
with Tripp.
Oh, I love it.
Trip Ocana looking to get the crowd a little bit more involved. Although you can really feel the energy building here at the MAC in beautiful Crystal Lake, Illinois, Jessica, as the anticipation around the inaugural Jeff Curran Invitational was very real, and now that it's happening, you can feel the energy continuing to... We're going to be reaching a fever pitch here soon, Jessica.
And we just saw Barron, say that for me.
Barron.
Barron, thank you. We saw him jump to triangle. Both of these guys are intent on pushing the pace, making this entertainment. I feel like the mindset of making your matches entertaining is what's going to catapult jiu-jitsu to the next level, as it did for MMA. People stopped looking at it as fights and they start looking at it as entertainment and putting on more exciting fights, taking more risks. That's what people want to see.
A beautiful throw by there, potentially by Tripp. But that's some very great insight, Jessica, because I think you're right. And I think it's going to take events like this one that really encourage action, encourage the finish, and encourage fighters to go out there and recognize this opportunity in front of them.
And I had a phone call with Jeff Curran when he was, talking about the rule set, and we both settled on the submission only, pushing the pace, no guard pulling. This is what is going to catapult this show ahead of everybody else.
Working from the top now is Edgar La Purga Barron. It's hard to tell if Tripp was able to work his way to the top or Barron gave up the position, but whatever the case, now it's a leg entanglement for Tripp. Those rolling heel hooks always get me on the edge of my seat, Jessica.
I wasn't breathing.
You've got to love the fact that Tripp recognizes the opportunity, not just to catapult himself, but let's get the crowd into this a little bit more, right? Let's get everybody involved. As everybody here at the MAC is just having a great time. Jeff Curran, of course, the Big Frog, creating this new platform, this new proving ground. None other than Master Pedro Sauer in here.
They're both giving Canuto at this point to me. They're both kind of not reckless, exciting, entertaining, willing to really put themselves out there, abandon position for submission, making it more of a scrambling match than a solidifying position, and that's what I really enjoy watching.
There's that little snap down from Tripp again. Just about 2.5 minutes remaining here in regulation. Both of these guys showing us a little bit of everything thus far. And after both kind of getting a good idea, getting a beat of what they have for one another on the feet, you can see them making the adjustments on the fly, Jessica.
Ocana is starting to add those off balances, trying to attack the leg, as is Barron. Trying to kind of just create little bits of openings because you guys are so evenly matched. It becomes a game of inches at this point. You really have to do something that catches them off guard.
How about that sequence there? Barron goes for a leg lock, and then it's a potential guillotine from Tripp. Butterfly hooks used to switch the position, and now we have a potential, it looked like almost a potential inverted triangle momentarily there. Shades of Toby Amato versus George Masvidal.
That I fought on that fight card, actually.
Early Bellator days.
Hey.
now it looks like a potential Peruvian necktie here.
And he sits for it.
Sitting back for the Peruvian is Edgar La Pulga Barron. Now residing from Monterrey, maybe Barron, but it's all Peruvian right now as he gets the job done. What a finish and what a transition for Edgar La Pulga Barron.
And to Oshana's credit, he was doing everything possible to roll out of it, to defend it, but it was in so tightly, he had no choice but to tap.
Grappling fans, your winner by way of submission victory, Edgar La Pulga Barron. And let's give a round of applause to his opponent, Trip Ocana. Taking a quick pause in the action. While we do so, make sure to pick up some official JCI merchandise and take home a piece of history here tonight as the action continues.
What the people don't know about the Midwest is like somebody like Joey Deal exists. My main event that's taking place, Joey Deal is fighting Timmy Carpenter. Those two have been on shows together where they never met, but they both kind of fell off at the same part of the bracket. Maybe semifinals or whatever, quarterfinals, they lose and never get to face each other. Joey is one of my black belts who grew up under me. He is currently doing his own thing. He's got a great team going, but Joey is one of the grittiest and most talented jiu-jitsu fighters that exists on this planet.
My name is Joey Deal. I'm competing out of RMA in Bartlett, Illinois, and I'll be fighting for the Jeff Curran Invitational 135-pound title. My entire jiu-jitsu career has been under Jeff Curran. I started jiu-jitsu with him when I was 14 years old. I'm now 34, so it's been a good 10 years, 20 years of me training with him. The last about 5 years I've started my own school and I've been competing a lot more lately. I started with Jeff when I was a young kid and I was very inspired by him. I think he's a pioneer in our sport for the local Midwest scene of MMA, and for me training with him has been really special. It's something that I really cherish. I got all my belts through Jeff. I didn't travel to train at other places. I trained with him my entire upbringing. So to me, it's really special for me to be involved in this invitational.
Hi guys, I'm Timmy Carpenter. I'm a black belt under Professor Dylan Spicer here at the Academy of Combat Arts. I've been training for about 15, 16 years and really excited to be a part of the inaugural Jeff Curran Invitational. It means a lot to me to be on the very first card, especially to be a part of the inaugural Bantamweight Championship against Joey Deal. Joey is super good. I know he's gone against some of the best in the world, and it's going to be really, really big step in competition for me. So I can't wait to test myself, see how I stack up against some of the best guys out there. I know he's exciting, I'm exciting, so I'm hoping to put on a good show for you guys. Can't wait to see you September 6th.
I want everybody leaving there smiling, laughing, and going, you know what, when's the next one? I want to come back. I hope I get there. I'm not guaranteeing that, but I'm doing my best to make sure that everybody that walks away from this says, that's the place to be, and I want to be back. what the people don't know about the Midwest is like somebody There's some matchups on my card that on a local level are very interesting, but maybe on a national level are also very interesting. Justin Seeberger, who works here at my headquarters and runs my school with me, going against another black belt who runs a competitor school ran by Dan Hart Jiu-Jitsu, who's actually a good friend of mine. We have the black belt that runs his school and the black belt that runs my school fighting each other right in front of all of our students and all of our fans, and they're both putting it on the line.
Super excited that Jeff offered us the opportunity. I think it's a great matchup. I think what Jeff's doing with this event is super high level, and it's so cool to see it in McHenry County and locally. Mark and Justin both came up at the same time I did, both fighting MMA way back in the XFO days. So I think at one time they may have been slotted to have an MMA match. So both these guys are super good dudes, ton of respect for Justin. I think they're going to put on a show. The fans are, the ultimate winner, and I'm super excited to see it.
So I came from wrestling. I was at no means like an elite wrestler, but I liked wrestling, and so that's actually why I came to jiu-jitsu, because after high school wrestling I didn't grapple anymore and I kind of missed it. So I found jiu-jitsu. Over the last, handful of years, we've really been focusing on being dangerous everywhere. It's a huge deal. Jeff is a legend of the sport. He's been doing this a long time. Jiu-jitsu, MMA, a great representative for smaller guys in jiu-jitsu, which I can obviously, look up to and admire for sure. So to be able to be a part of this first event is super exciting, and I'm super honored that he asked me to be a part of it.
Justin Seeberger. I'm out of Team Curran, black belt under Jeff Curran, and getting ready for the JCI Invitational. Super excited to represent our team.
What does it mean to you to compete in the first ever Jeff Curran Invitational?
I'm pretty honored because he came to me and he was kind of the one motivating me. I've been competing a long time since my last MMA fight back in 2013. Kind of put the competition in the background, focused on teaching, and he got it back out of me, so I'm super excited to represent. My style, I think I'm pretty aggressive, wrestling basic. I'm from a wrestling background, but I've been doing jiu-jitsu under Jeff for 15 years, so I'm very solid in my jiu-jitsu game, I feel. And I feel like I'm pretty well-rounded and take the match anywhere we need to. So everyone on the card is very exciting, so there's not going to be a dull match, I don't believe so.
Anyone can be all they can be, but it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups, and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
Hey guys, Mike Davis here. In my world, performance is everything. You can't afford to cut corners. That's why I teamed up with Alexander PC. These rigs are built right, veteran owned, and every single one comes with a lifetime warranty. So whether you're gaming, streaming, or competing, you need a machine you can count on. Trust me, Alexander PCs delivers.
Work, play, conquer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Edward Jackson.
Walk it like I talk it. 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 Walk it like I talk it.
Out of 333 Jiu-Jitsu via Seraphin BJJ.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Team Curran. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rene Alvarado.
And in steps the Renegade, Rene Alvarado. The pop you hear is very real. This a long-time disciple of Jeff the Big Frog Curran. And guys, we've had some great matchups thus far, but it's some black belts step on the mat. Let's tell it like it is. This is a real meat and potatoes of the card, Jessica.
Your referee in charge in this matchup is Mark Vives.
As it's Seraphin BJJ against Curran Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in this matchup. Christian Reynoso alongside UFC veteran and fellow black belt Jessica Penne. What a night we've had thus far, Jessica, and we're just getting to the black belts now.
I love how we had a nice warm-up with the blue belts, the white belts, the purple belts, and now we're diving into the black belts.
I can't promise I could tell you the difference, even with all my years of training, because the level of talent has already been so high thus far, Jessica.
The white belts and the blue belts have actually impressed me because I wouldn't be able to tell what belt they were at this point.
Threatening a front headlock there is Rene Alvarado. As I mentioned, a black belt underneath Jeff Curran. Back in the day, of course, he was part of the MMA team as well. He had some mixed martial arts fights. Now at 48 years old, Rene Alvarado decides the competitive juices are indeed still flowing as he takes on another veteran in Edward Jackson, a 17-year veteran of the mats.
You know, I feel like that competitive drive just really never leaves a person, and it's great that jiu-jitsu is that outlet. It's something that I see myself competing in now that I've retired from MMA, and a lot of people. We have Josh Neer ahead of us, and he's one of those MMA veterans that's fulfilling his competitive drive through jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing that these opportunities present themselves. And go ahead and get Rumorville started on Reddit, as there you hear it, Jessica Penne, potentially JCI 2. You never know. But back to the matter at hand as Rene Alvarado facing off against Edward Jackson. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, it's wonderful to see opportunities like other striking arts, I'd say, like BKFC or things like that presented. But with jiu-jitsu growing, it's amazing to see these opportunities. Here we see Rene Alvarado settling into side control.
And it looks like he's going to start trying to isolate that arm, look for a Kimura from from north-south.
The way Edward is looking to control that wrist from the bottom, it almost looks like he's looking to threaten a triangle.
As he throws up that triangle, a little bit of a scissor grip with his legs.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw him looking at the Jumbotron to analyze his position before throwing up that triangle. We've seen that in the past.
That's the difference between the previous belts and the black belts.
That's a great point. It's not just the skill, but it's the wherewithal to recognize things like that. Now, here's that bottom triangle, that inverted triangle. Inverted and backwards from Edward Jackson. Like a young Missy Elliott looking to flip it and reverse it.
Alvarado on top was doing a great job of really putting pressure on the legs of Jackson, not allowing him to really secure that triangle. That was really good, by the way.
I'm sorry.
It was so good.
The dad jokes are flowing as we hit the black belt portion of the card.
I love a dad joke.
Isolating that arm is Alvarado. I mean, Jessica, sometimes you can just see from the outside looking in a player that has top pressure that is just it's suffocating. You can see that from Alvarado. he does have that top game, not really letting Edward Jackson move too much.
You could see Jackson, his back was completely flat, and that was due to the pressure of Alvarado.
But no sooner do I open my mouth and jinx Alvarado, Edward Jackson recomposing that full guard with a little over 3 minutes remaining.
He's doing a good job at keeping the head down of Alvarado, but a little bit inactive with his guard. I like how he just started trying to climb up for a high guard position. That's where the triangles, that's where the arm bars happen, that's where the magic happens.
So at this point, Jessica, where yes, he's been on top, yes, he's thrown up some attempts, but speaking of Alvarado, of course, it is still very much anybody's match at this point.
Yeah, nobody has had a extremely polarizing kind of offensive attempt. Nothing that completely stands out. They're still kind of feeling each other out, if you will, figuring out what they can do, what they can get away with, their path to victory.
Strong fundamentals in play for both of these fighters. As you see them not necessarily in a stalemate, but in a position where neither one really knows what their next best route is. I mean, the pressure of Alvarado is real. Looking to break the posture is Jackson, but unable really to do anything with either fighter.
I would like to see Jackson probably abandon close guard at this point. It's apparent that Alvarado has a very good base, very good control of the hips, and he's not really allowing Jackson to move around and throw up those threatening attempts.
Jackson with Blake Glassman in his corner, who we'll see later on in the card. Alvarado with Justin Seeberger in his corner, who we'll see later on in the card. Fighters and coaches doing double duty tonight here at the Jeff Curran Invitational.
That's hard to do in any other sport, but in jiu-jitsu, as we were talking about earlier, this is the sport where you can really form together and motivate and prepare each other, even if you're a coach and a competitor.
Well, you talked about the congruency that kind of exists between being a coach and a fighter in this jiu-jitsu realm, but also I think, in my humble opinion, if you're to corner somebody in an MMA fight, that takes a heck of a lot out of you versus coming out here, and correct me if I'm wrong, cornering somebody in a jiu-jitsu match. Win or lose, you can very easily take that momentum with you and you try to use it as fuel later on in the evening.
I agree with you. I'm in complete agreement. In MMA, it's a lot more challenging to do. I don't recommend it in my experience, not saying it's not possible, but in the realm of jiu-jitsu, it is feasible. So Jackson is getting his legs up, but what I'm not seeing is his hips allowing him to really solidify anything. I like that they both stood up, but just as the buzzer rings.
Opening round. With there being no winner, it's time for our overtime round.
I think this is going to come down to who gets the takedown, because they're so evenly matched. They're so well prepared for each other's game.
And interestingly, after spending the majority of that first round on bottom, Jackson elects for neutral, likely thinking that he'll be able to get that aforementioned takedown, Jessica.
That would definitely be my strategy if I was him. The bottom has not been working for him. I think it's time to switch it up.
Easier said than done, especially considering the body type discrepancy. You know, the more compact, smaller fighter being Renee, sometimes tricky to get underneath there for a shot.
You're absolutely right.
Nice body lock there. That's one way to work around the size discrepancy.
And
Beautiful
he gets
takedown.
the body lock takedown.
And there's that black belt experience you were talking about, Jessica. It's realizing that you do have to change things up a little bit sometimes on the fly. Great job by Edward Jackson. Still 2 full minutes remaining in this overtime period. Plenty of time for both fighters to make a statement.
I see Jackson slowly trying to isolate that far side arm of Alvarado, potentially getting a Kimura, but Alvarado's wise to it, and he's staying pretty safe.
Potential crucifix here in play for Edward Jackson.
See, from here you can you can hip down, you can start isolating that arm, you can step over for a triangle. There's a lot more options.
And it feels as if Jackson potentially baited Alvarado into this position right here.
Alvarado remaining calm, though.
I mean, spending 19 years under the roof at Team Curran, it lets you know a guy like Alvarado has been there and done that with a who's who of talent. So he's able to stay cool in these situations, but let's call a spade here. Jackson with a very, very good position to wrap up this overtime.
Alvarado has a bottom side darce, and Jackson is wisely leaning in with that shoulder pressure, trying to stifle it. They could both get a choke from here.
It's like
a strange
no arm. Yeah, well, it was a valiant effort is what it was, Jessica.
It was a bit more of a nuisance than an actual attack, though.
But at this point, if you're an A, you got to be going for broke, right? Ooh. A strong overtime for Jackson. We'll let the judges render their decision as we await the voice of the JCI tonight, the indomitable Ray Flores, as we await our winner.
After having completed 2 rounds, we go to the scorecards. For our overtime round, our first judge sees it 10-9 in favor of Jackson. The second judge scores it 10-9 in favor of Alvarado. And our third and final judge has it 10-9 in our overtime round for your winner by split decision. Out of the black corner, Edward Jackson. Also, round of applause to our opponent, to his opponent, Rene Alvarado.
Edward Jackson does enough in the overtime to get the nod in a very close to contested matchup.
We now get ready for the heavyweight division as we welcome, competing out of the black corner, representing our MMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Greg Book.
As it's more heavyweight action here. As Greg Buck out of RMMA steps onto the JCI mat.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Hart BJJ. This is Brian Peterson.
Brian Peterson, the brown belt out of Hart BJJ. Approaching 20 years of training.
Your referee in charge of this heavyweight matchup is Mark Wallen.
Brian Peterson, a veteran of the LFA, the XFO, Victory, HFC. He's been around the MMA block now, ready to show that he has plenty in the jiu-jitsu tank here at the Inception. Now, Jessica, I heard you're pulling for the bald guy with the beard. Is that correct?
It is correct. I know I'm to remain unbiased. However, in this case, I just had to pick one.
Fair enough. As our expert, I will let you make that pick. Now, we've touched on this a little bit before, Jessica, but let's talk about MMA fighters being able to make that transition successfully to submission grappling and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Not always an easy transition, as it's a completely different game.
I will say, though, once an MMA fighter is done competing in MMA, they can finally focus in on one sport and give it the attention and respect needed to become successful. They already have the work ethic. They already have the resources. They know what it takes to prepare for one of the toughest sports in the world.
Brian Peterson shooting for a low single, but immediately jumping on the opportunity is Buck as he steps over the top and starts attacking that far side arm.
Now looking for the triangle.
How many inverted triangles will we see tonight, Jessica? Only
kind of
time will
impressive.
tell.
It is kind of impressive.
We've seen more inverted triangles than we have standard triangles thus far, which is a rarity to say the least.
They're kind of like the unicorn of submissions, and we've just.
And this is number 3, I think.
This is number 3.
Good job of recognizing that it is indeed the unicorn of submissions. And with that being said, sometimes a little bit easier to get out of it. Given the dimensions, especially somebody like Brian Peterson, that big, thick neck, whether it's an inverted or a regular triangle, it's going to be hard to choke somebody with that sort of physicality.
Correct.
With that being said, it's also difficult to work with somebody of those dimensions on top of you in side control.
Correct again. Now, I don't know Buck's game particularly well. However, just from eyeballing this, I don't think that closed guard is the best position for him in this matchup. Again, as you were just saying, you really need to know the body type of your opponent. You need to know which submissions would probably work best for them. There are certain positions and submissions you just, I don't want to say avoid, but you just have to understand that that might not be your path to victory.
With that being said, the second he opened his guard, you saw Brian Peterson recognize that, well, it's also his opportunity to pass. So it'll be a question of who can do something once that guard opens, because I think you're right. Not just is it stapling Buck into this position, but it doesn't look like Peterson has a whole lot to offer from inside the closed guard either.
However, inside closed guard, Peterson is doing a great job of keeping posture. And honestly, Buck is not really moving his hips. As long as that guard is closed, he's going to be limited with his movement. Now, he just opened it briefly, kind of hip-scaped out, but then closed it again. I'd like to see him get that knee shield in, start working to kind of get to his knees to get up on top. Looking for a sweep here.
I'm not sure if you noticed that, but Peterson took a deep breath and immediately just started passing. Like, enough is enough with this closed guard. But with that being said, there you see Buck coming out of RMMA with Joey Deal in the percolator, Kyle Perkins in his corner. A strong submission game, and it's a triangle.
I was wrong.
As was I.
When I'm wrong, and I can admit when I'm wrong.
I said it's going to be difficult to triangle some of the dimensions of Brian Peterson, but
not impossible.
Not if you're Greg Buck, that is. What a finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner by way of triangle choke victory from the black corner, Greg Buck. And a round of applause to his opponent, Brian Peterson. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to pick up your official JCI merchandise. It is available here at the tables around the arena. Make sure to pick up some official JCI merchandise and take it home with you as a memento for attending tonight's event. We now get ready for 115 pounds. Competing out of the black corner, representing Hanpa. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Joy Hittenmiller.
Joy Hittenmiller making her way to the stage. The ladies have shown us tonight that there's plenty of female jiu-jitsu to put on display. And looking to keep the ball rolling here. Joy Hittenmiller getting ready to take on Terry Romero.
Competing out of the red corner, representing our MMA. Here is Terry Romero.
In steps Terry Romero, looking to keep the ball rolling, not just for our MMA that's currently 4-0, but we saw her boyfriend Will Gates pick up a big win earlier on the night.
In charge of this matchup is Bernier.
Terry Romero, a very active competitor herself, reaching gold at the ADCC Miami Open in the intermediate division just this year.
Nice little off balance right there from an over-under into top position. Hittenmiller is wasting no time, though, trying to get that knee shield in. But Romero is heavy, heavy pressure and intent on passing.
I had the pleasure of calling Romero's bout at Fight to Win a couple of months ago, and she's just one of these competitors that really is chomping at the bit at just about any opportunity that comes around. Very game, constantly stays ready so she doesn't have to get ready, much like the rest of the team that we're seeing out of our MMA, Jessica. Just clearly a very, very game crew being brought to us by Joey Deal tonight.
Romero now pushing that knee on belly position, maybe looking to go to mount. She has an arm isolated. She could go Kimura. She could step over armbar. I like the idea of a Kimura at this point just because of her position. She was doing a great job of isolating it. Now she's moved to north-south. Still holding on to that arm, though.
From the bottom, Hittenmiller looking to compose some sort of semblance of a guard, but you can just see from the top, Romero is very attuned to her positioning.
Hittenmiller with a really nice butterfly sweep.
But keeping the chin strap momentarily was Romero. Now it's Hittenmiller on top. Another one of the very game competitors coming to us out of Hampa Martial Arts. Hittenmiller now looking to get some work done from the top is the purple belt.
Romero doing a great job vining that leg, kind of a stall out so she can figure out where she wants to go next. Hittenmiller now attempting to threaten a toe hold and wasn't in a good enough position for it. Almost had her back taken. She's regained guard, but hopefully she learns a little bit more solidification of position. Nice mount to top by Romero. Oh.
It was a really tricky situation to kind of figure out. You saw the sweep happen, but while being swept, Romero was able to keep a shoulder lock there. What a submission finish for Romero.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner by way of submission victory out of the red corner, Terry Romero.
If you blinked, you missed it. While elevating Hittenmiller, Romero had a shoulder locked in, almost like an Americana type position.
Her opponent, Joy Hittenmiller.
Very tricky.
Very high-level stuff. If you blinked, you missed it. Terry Romero with a big finish.
Now our next matchup will be in the welterweight division. Please welcome, competing out of the black corner, representing Cedar Valley BJJ, introducing Jordan Mills.
Here comes the plastic man, Jordan Mills, the 22-year-old purple belt. After just 3 years of training, already reaching the milestone of purple belt. Had a match against already competing against black belts. This guy takes on all comers.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing our MMA. presenting Zaid Hussain.
I'm just going to say it again. Our MMA unbeaten at the moment. 5-0 now, looking to keep the ball rolling is Zaid Hussain, the 30-year-old purple belt, as he prepares to take on the Plastic Man here at JCI 1.
Your referee in charge of this matchup here at JCI 1 is Robert Hines.
Veteran referee Rob Hines. How about this? No more veteran referee in all of MMA than Rob Hines. Currently the longest active referee in MMA history. Recently passing, of course, the great Big John McCarthy. How about that? Fun facts continue here at the JCI.
Impressive vet, and somebody you definitely want reffing your matches and fights.
Look, I'm just going to let the superlatives continue to fly. Jeff Curran bringing out a who's who of talent, not just for his competitors, but for his staff. Very relaxed is Jordan Mills. There you see us.
So Mills is a very, very frequently competitive person, and he has a really funky style. Very cerebral, flexible, creative.
With that being said, his favorite move, his signature technique, the fruit roll-up. Now, if you know what that is, you know what that is. Otherwise, you're thinking his favorite move is some candy. Whatever the case, Jordan Mills has been there, been around the block already, just 3 years into the game, already competing at the black belt level in some tournaments. Just very game and ready to maybe hand RMMA their first loss of the night, but we'll see, as these two are still jockeying for a position forehead to forehead.
Hussain really trying to find his opening, and Mills staying composed. Pretty challenging to do things to, but he's the kind of guy, he doesn't get reactive, and he'll put himself in bad position to advance.
And of course, Hussain, one of 8 RMMA competitors tonight. So many high-level athletes inside the walls of real movement and martial arts. You know they're not setting him out on the front line if he's not ready, but look at that beautiful leg lock there being threatened by Mills.
I'm not normally a fan of sitting to guard, but the way he pulled to guard and immediately tacked, immediately tried to threaten is something I look for in a grappler, something that I really appreciate.
Going for the straight ankle. It's hard to tell from here if it's a straight ankle or an Aoki. I think it is that straight ankle. Ooh, looking to come out on top with the position is Hussain, but when your leg is still in that deep, dangerous choice. Turns out to be the right one.
Hussain's composure is impressing me right now, for sure. He's doing a great job trying to systematically advance. He really needs to get past these legs of Mills.
Now that Z guard, that frame guard from the bottom, I know for a top player that can be extremely frustrating, not just to thwart the offense of the bottom, but to look to get offensive for yourself.
Yeah, you really have to address the top shin that's pressing up against the chest. It can be definitely a nuisance. I prefer a pressure pass to get past it, or you have to stay really out and loose with the standing pass.
Kind of like we saw earlier from Filberto Diaz, who had a similar sort of position, was constantly making those adjustments necessary. We'll see if Hussain is able to make the same adjustments against Mills. After that first leg entanglement, you can tell Hussain is really minding his P's and Q's and looking to stay heavy so that he isn't able to get elevated again. But Mills, well-rounded as he may be, clearly has a strong leg lock game.
Hussain is doing a good job of staying heavy, pressuring. That is a good counter to the off-balancing needed for a leg lock game.
Now looking to sit to his left side hip, potentially looking to pass was Hussain, but throwing that leg over the top is Mills, now potentially attacking that left arm. Looking to isolate the left arms is Mills.
It's great. He has an armbar attempt here. He has a back take attempt here.
I mean, if you're Hussain, obviously you want to hold on to that arm with everything you got, but Jessica, at the end of the day, there's a lot of other things to worry about here.
There is. He is very entangled in a situation right now. He needs to unweave the web that he is in.
An entanglement here at the JCI. Good positioning now for Hussain to go ahead and rip that arm out. Now into north-south.
Heavy in that north-south position. This is the back take that I mentioned earlier. I actually really enjoy this. And if it doesn't work out, you can head up and guard.
Ironically enough, the first person I ever saw do that back take is Joey Deal, who's in the corner for Hussain right now. Beautiful body lock now by Mills. You see Mills controlling the wrist as if potentially thinking about an arm, but it feels as if staying on top may be ideal. Good job by Hussain composing a half guard there momentarily.
I almost would have liked to have seen him stay on the back with the body triangle because there was about a minute left in the match. And I feel like he could have just maybe stayed there, gone to work in overtime.
Finding his way back to a similar position. It's hard to tell from our vantage point if he has both hooks. He just might, though.
It looks like he's kind of too high, though. It looks like he's kind of fallen off. It looks like he's about to attack an arm.
It makes you wonder if he was riding that high with the intentions of attacking an arm, Jessica. Are we going to see another inverted triangle, Jessica?
We now go to an overtime round.
As the unmistakable legendary voice of Ray Flores lets us know, it is indeed time for OT. Starting from inside the guard, we go Hussain inside the guard of Mills, a guard that we've established is extremely active, Jessica.
If I'm Mills, I'm really trying to off-balance Hussain. Hussain has been heavy, and I don't want to say stalling, but just cautious on top. But Mills is going to work. He opens up his guard, starts threatening and off balance, gets a nice sweep if he can establish this position.
It looks like he may be isolating that arm of Hussain momentarily with that. Is it a triangle? My goodness. It was, if I'm not mistaken, it's an inverted triangle with no arms. It's a triangle.
Wow.
No arms, no problem. What a finish for Mills.
That was fun.
Your winner by submission victory, Jordan Mills.
Well, we were supposed to be on the lookout
for his opponent, Zayed Hussain.
We were supposed to be on the lookout for some tricky, unique jiu-jitsu, but I don't think anything would have prepared us for that one right there, Jessica.
No, I was expecting maybe a
buggy
buggy choke. I was expecting, maybe a leg lock. I don't think I've seen anything like that. That was pretty unique and pretty excellent.
Our next clash here at the JCI Invitational in the featherweight division, competing out of the black corner, representing the Academy. Here is Amber Richards.
The purple belt, Amber Richards, making her way to the JCI mat. Representing the Academy. I've said it once, I'll say it again. The ladies have really been showing up and showing out. Now, it's Amber Richards' turn.
And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, representing Common Ground BJJ. Please welcome Chelsea Dicaprio.
Here comes Chelsea Dicaprio out of Seraphin BJJ. Currently ranked as the number 3 IBJJF Nogi
and your referee
Masters blue belt.
So I don't know if this is true or not, but previously in the bio, Dicaprio said that she was running a 10K race this morning. Is that true?
Buddy, I could barely remember what I did this morning. For somebody to go run a 10K and then say, I'm going to go take a professional grappling match, I don't know, it's fair to say they different. Whatever the case, Chelsea.
I wish I had that kind of energy.
Yeah, I wish I had the energy to do either one of those right now at this stage of my life. But whatever the case, Chelsea Dicaprio taking on Amber Richards here. Amber Richards with Hayden Buckner in her corner. We'll see him later tonight as he takes on Kyle Perkins. You gotta love that body lock takedown there by Richards.
Dicaprio went for an Uchimata, a throw attempt. Richards countered with a body lock and took her down on it. That's one of those things you really have to off-balance somebody when you go for throws.
Now Richards only training 4 years, but already some pretty major accomplishments. A quadruple gold at the Nashville Open in 2023. 7 matches, 7 submissions, not a single point scored on her.
Is that another triangle I see?
Buddy, I'll tell you what, it's certainly not a 101 submission. It's some really high-level stuff here on display by Amber Richards. It is indeed kind of more of a head and arm scissor while attacking the left arm of Dicaprio. A lot of moving parts here, Jessica. But indeed, it is.
She could go for either one, and I like how she was just reaching to kind of cinch it up. She has 2 submissions possible right now.
If we see another inverted triangle, I'm not convinced.
She tapped!
Another inverted triangle.
What were you just going to say?
What a finish. I was going to say, if we see another inverted triangle, I'm going to swear we're getting punked.
You know, it's one of those things. Sometimes you're backstage, you're warming up, you see somebody, it inspires you, and then you pull it off.
JCI fans, the winner by way of Tampa due to inverted triangle choke, Amber Richards. And a round of applause to her opponent, Chelsea Dicaprio.
Wow. Some extremely high-level jiu-jitsu here on display.
The action continues here at JCI 1 of the Inception. Now we focus in on the middleweight division. Competing out of the black corner, representing Palm and Roots. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vince Barber.
In steps the 19-year-old Vince Barber. Young in age, but not in experience. Already quite long in the tooth is a brown belt. 10 years into training, an IBJJF national champion. Looking to make his mark here at JCI.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Fluid Jiu-Jitsu. Here is Nick Lee.
A big pop for Nick Lee. A brown belt from Fluid Jiu-Jitsu. Very accomplished in his own right. And with the hype around Vince Barber, I'll just call him spade a spade. Somebody that's willing to sign the dotted line with someone as much hype around him as Vince Barber, I think that's very telling of the kind of competitor we have in Nick Lee.
Is Bernie A.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt Bernie and Bubu Yaga referee for this very highly anticipated matchup. Immediately getting to work is Vince Barber.
Barber is a big fan of the Berimbolo, leg attacks, and I mean, as we see him pulling guard immediately, going to work, really trying to off balance.
The inversions so quick, immediately using that
He's
inversion.
wincing, and it's a fast tap.
Wow, my goodness, what a statement by Vince Barber, making very short work of Nick Lee via heel hook.
Grappling fans, your winner by way of tap out 2 to heel hook, Vince Barber. And let's hear it for his opponent, Nick Lee.
Another explosive finish there for Vince Barber.
Don't forget to pick up your official JCI merchandise here at the tables around the arena. Take home a piece of history and pick up official JCI merchandise. Also, make sure to follow us on our social media pages. All you have to do is go to Instagram and follow us at Jeff Curran Invitational. Make sure to follow us on our Instagram page at Jeff Curran Invitational and click follow. Our next matchup will be in the featherweight division. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Elite Team Wisconsin Jiu-Jitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ben Price.
In steps Ben Price out of Elite Team in Wisconsin, the only representative out of that team. So you know he's out here looking to make a statement and represent on the front line for the Elite Team as he takes on Kai Saturno.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Budo Tatami and Pedro Sauer Team. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Kai Saturno.
In steps the 18-year-old Kai Saturno. Jiu-Jitsu clearly running through the blood as his head coach, Ismail Saturno, is following you. An 18-year-old blue belt ready to take on a black belt here. Speaks volumes to just how game Kai Saturno is. And if you couldn't tell by his body language on his way to the mat, he is chomping at the bit.
Wow!
Jumping triangle for Kai Martin Saturno.
Off of the Uchimata attempt by Price.
Cinching it up quickly is Kai Martin Saturno. What a statement this would be to get the job done so quickly and in such impressive fashion. Now the arm is inside for Price. Jessica, it is possible to finish that triangle even with that arm in.
It is possible. What I'd like to see is him actually stand to his feet and start wedging his knee in there and start backing out in a standing position. He does not want to stay down where his posture can be controlled.
There you see Saturno looking to underhook the leg. Upon doing so, he can get perpendicular from the bottom and really put a nail in this coffin.
Now Saturno's getting that arm across.
Yeah, we are down to just the one arm in and one arm out, so this is indeed great peril. If you are the Elite Team representative in Ben Price. Oh, this is tight, Jessica. Oh,
wow.
Transition finish for Kai Martin Saturno. A blue belt at 18 years old, it is fair to say.
Who is just about
Welcome to the future.
to receive his purple belt.
Your winner by submission victory, Kai Saturno. Also, a round of applause to his opponent, Ben Price.
Yeah, and Jessica, I'd say the timing of this promotion right here is at least spot on.
Pretty on point. Oh, the look on his face
Kai
says it
Martin
all.
Saturno, the 18-year-old, is officially a purple belt.
And a round of applause to Kai Saturno for being awarded his purple belt by Pedro Sauer and Jeff Curran. Not only does he take home the victory, but he's now a purple belt in BJJ, Kai Saturno.
That's going to be a name you're going to want to bookmark. How's that? Kai Martin Saturno. You'll be seeing that name again in the future.
At 220 pounds. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Black Lion. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Justin Andrews.
Here comes Justin the Chef Andrews. When I try to make sense of his nickname, the Chef, I see his interests include smoking meats. So at the end of the day, we may have a real chef on our hands. Let's see if we can cook up a submission here.
Competing out of the red corner, representing Tap's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Jesse Tapsfield.
And if you look to the corner of Andrews, you see Jamal Hill in there again. Andrews is actually one of his coaches and training partners.
Incep's Jesse Tapsfield.
And your referee in charge is Robert Hines.
Tapsfield, of course, of Tap's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He himself the head instructor now, looking to lead from the front as he takes on fellow black belt Justin Andrews.
Andrews just got into doing triathlons. He most recently competed in one. He says that that's definitely taken his cardio to the next level and speaks about cardio being his number one weapon, second his pressure.
After you told me an earlier competitor ran a race this morning, I was like, don't tell me this guy had a triathlon before this, Justin. I like the way that from the top, you immediately see Justin look to make this physical, right? That forearm immediately grinding across the face, that forehead in his jaw. With these bigger guys, I don't know, I feel like you have the technique as black belts. You might as well, you make it hurt a little bit, right?
And he's doing that. That is not comfortable to have somebody's head grinded into yours. And you need connection with your head and your body. Where your head goes, your body follows. And if it's pinned down to the mat, you're not going to be able to go anywhere.
It looks like Tapsfield potentially looking to use that arm to yank across, maybe to get to a deeper half guard. But that forward pressure of Justin, and there you hear Jamal Hill telling him from the corner, it's to keep that pressure, keep that forward pressure.
He's slowly and systematically passing. Now he's in half guard. He has an under tight waist grip and shoulder pressure on top. That looks miserable to me.
As you hear Coach Jamal Hill letting him know from the corner, hey, Chef, it's time to cook him a little bit from here. Is that shoulder pressure so miserable? You get so caught up sometimes in the pain of that. It's a perfect setup for a pass.
If you create that pressure and that pain, people will give up the pass to alleviate that pressure. The
half guard of Tapsfield now turning into that that lockdown, which is a big part of the Eddie Bravo Jiu-Jitsu system. You see Tapsfield looking to extend that leg, underhooked. He's clearly looking to get to that lockdown position where he can get to maybe a crotch ripper or some sort of deep half. Tricky to do when somebody's so heavy from the top.
I think more importantly, other than the lockdown, because what it does is it locks you to your opponent as well. I think he needs to start really creating some movement in his hips, get his shoulders not flat on the back, so he can start mounting an escape.
Yeah, maybe even thinking that, because sometimes when that pressure is so much, it can lead you to start going for some desperation moves. However, is this a smother that we're starting to see from Andrews here?
It does look like it. It looks like his arm is caught, is trapped. And Andrews is slowly and methodically pushing it up.
Tapsfield doing what he can to try to create a separation, but easier said than done. There you see him releasing the lockdown.
Andrews is starting to push that head and arm. His leg is still locked into half guard. However, he is advancing. His body is long and lengthy enough to where it's not really holding him back from that submission attempt.
Slow, methodical, and dangerous. There he is.
Wow!
Advances to mount and finishes with what looked like an arm triangle.
As soon as he hit mount, Tapsfield had to tap.
Wrestling fans, your winner by way of tap out due to arm triangle choke, Justin Andrews.
And it really did look like that choke was coming on long before the pass.
Tapsfield.
As soon as he was able to clear that leg and get to mount, the tap was almost immediate. What a performance by the chef, Justin Andrews.
Also, don't forget to purchase and pick up some JCI merchandise here at the arena. Make sure to take home some official JCI merchandise. Our next matchup will be in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Park City Jiu-Jitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nick Howlett.
In steps Nick Howlett. Again, here we are in the real meat and potatoes of the card. As the brown and black belts take center stage, a second-degree black belt is Nick Howlett.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Seraphin BJJ and Fit to Defend Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Blake Glassman.
Blake Glassman, a former welterweight champion at Fight to Win at brown belt. One of the more active jiu-jitsu competitors in the Midwest. This guy's got a full-time job, works at a high level, educated, but still testing himself at the highest level. So much to be said for that, Jessica. Two black belts squaring off here. Two second-degree black belts at that, Jessica.
Both pushing the collar tie. No sense of urgency just yet. I think they're going to maybe take their time for a minute or two and suss out the situation before they advance.
You saw Howlett kind of go for a little snap down there, and Glassman barely moved. you can just tell.
He's sturdy.
Exactly. If you want to move him, it's going to take a little bit of energy. And again, like I mentioned, with all the competition experience of Blake Glassman, he doesn't mind kind of taking his time out there. He's not in any sort of rush. He knows his game plan. He knows who he is as a competitor. And correct me if I'm wrong, especially like at the lower levels, you're still trying to find yourself. And I think that can change the type of matchup that you get.
So as white belt and blue belt, you're very much learning and growing. By the time you hit purple belt, you have established your game, you know your past, you know who you are, but you just don't have that experience, and that's what brown and black are for. So these guys have had years and years of competition and experience and training to really let them know who they are. They know what they want to do. They know how to get there.
There you saw Glassman looking to set up a snap down of his own, but again, another very sturdy grappler, Nick Howlett. Nick Howlett coming to us out of Park City Jiu-Jitsu, training underneath handsome Mike Diaz.
Howlett is pushing the takedown attempt, but he's just driving straight into Glassman, and Glassman is just, again, too sturdy, too strong for that kind of thing. He's really going to have to start snapping the head down, creating angles, trying to off-balance, because right now he's just kind of hitting a wall, almost staring in the mirror in MMA terms.
How about this? You're starting to see it on the forehead of Glassman, just how much pressure they're putting into each other. I mean, you almost see a welt starting to form. That's the kind, we talked about that immovable object that they each pose for one another, but they're most certainly trying. This is very evenly matched bout here between Glassman and Howlett thus far.
Glassman still just trying to gather data and see if he moves a certain way, if he attempts a certain thing. He wants to see how Howlett is going to respond, and both of them just really aren't giving each other much.
With Howlett coming to us out of Park City, Utah, he's training in elevation. I personally don't have a ton of experience with that, Jessica, but I know that that can speak volumes for your cardio.
It can, and then vice versa. If somebody from sea level goes into altitude, it can completely zap you. But knowing that he is from elevation, I would like to see a little bit more risk-taking with the pace.
Yeah, I think you were spot on when you said it just seems like he's still in that download phase. But Glassman, so experienced, he's not going to give you any tells. He just isn't. He's going to play his game and wait for the opportunities that either he wants or the opportunities that he creates. Not uncommon for a grappling match or jiu-jitsu match to spend that much time on the feet, but there we see Howlett pulling guard and sitting. Looked like he was going to go maybe for a shin to shin. There he is now implementing a butterfly hook.
And I mean, in regulation, this is where you're going to take that kind of risk. You know, you're not getting the reactions, you're not getting the success that you are looking for in the stand-up area. So he chose to sit, which again is it's a strategy. It's good, and there's really no risk as far as points go.
With 2 minutes left in regulation, I think that's a great way to describe the situation. Take those chances now.
Get even more data, see what you're working with. So in the overtime round, you know what you can do.
Some fantastic insight from 9-time UFC veteran and Lucas Leite black belt.
First female black belt.
First female Lucas Leite black belt.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's Jessica Penny. There you see Howlett pummeling in that left underhook. Okay, so now if you're Howlett, you got a little something to work with. You got a butterfly, you got an underhook. But you've also got that immovable object we were talking about earlier, that is Blake Glassman.
Even though he's not having success, I appreciate Howlett trying something different. That speaks to his experience level. Something's not working, you're going to try something else. That wasn't working either, so now he's back to stand up.
Sitting back to guard once again is Howlett. Beautiful attempt at a pass there. Stepping over was Klassman. I love that pass, but it is most certainly dicey when you're doing it against a black belt because you do put that leg in danger. Wise to it was Howlett.
Well, and that's not a finesse move. That's a power explosive kind of pass, and that is not what I saw in that attempt.
So you talked about Howlett's willingness to take some chances, to make something happen. You know, I think there's something to be said for Klassman also sticking to his strategy, right? I think it's easy to get frustrated out there and start making changes on the fly that maybe you didn't want to make.
We now head towards the overtime round.
It'll be interesting to see the adjustments that they make based off of what they know now. If I'm Klassman, I am pushing the pace. I'm getting heavy pressure nonstop. If I'm Howlett, I am off balancing, throwing it up, going for a leg, just going for something to sweep up on top.
After winning the toss, Klassman elects to start the overtime inside the guard of Howlett, who does a great job of immediately getting his butterfly hooks in. And we saw it at the end of regulation, kind of like you said, Jessica. During that download phase, he did figure out, okay, I can work with some butterfly hooks on Klassman. You see him going to that well almost immediately in the overtime. Heard one of the coaches of Howlett imploring him to swing for that X. You see the insteps of Howlett kind of in place for that X guard setup. But unless Klassman lets him underhook that leg, there is no X guard.
And Klassman wisely going for the head. He saw the opening, he took it. Patience is his game, definitely. But again, if I grab the head there, I might try and just like jump over and roll. I might try and make it exciting. Try and score.
With the pressure of Klassman, if he is able to secure a pass, that could mean a lot in this overtime as far as how the judges see this incredibly evenly matched bout thus far. I think you're spot on to say that the attempts at pushing the action are certainly commendable for Howlett, but outside of that, a lot of just jockeying for position, Jessica. Working his way back up to his feet is Nick Howlett. Well, another thing is, if you came all the way from Park City, Utah, you didn't come here to just jockey for position the whole time and maybe go for a move. You could tell Howlett's out here looking to get the job done, but that's such a tall task at the black belt level.
It is now with about a minute left. They're trying to, you can feel the intensity leveling up. They're revving into second and third gear, but it's almost a little bit too late. I feel like a blast double will win this.
Well, we saw Klassman right now glance up at the Jumbotron. He knows he's short on time. These last 10 seconds could be pivotal for how this bout is seen by our judges. That one was for all our jiu-jitsu nerds. I love it. I don't mind that at all. Very tough matchup between two very highly skilled black belts.
This one is going to be interesting to see how the judges score it.
Grappling fans, your winner of this matchup by way of unanimous decision. Out of the black corner, Nick Howlett. And let's hear it for his opponent, Blake Klassman.
Nick Howlett getting the nod.
Don't forget to follow us on our social media page at Jeff Curran Invitational. That is on Instagram. Click the follow button. Follow us on Instagram at Jeff Curran Invitational. We continue with the action as we have competition in the lightweight division. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Black Tie Jiu-Jitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Caleb Brown.
Here comes Caleb, the Thug King Brown. A 19-year-old purple belt with already 9 years of jiu-jitsu experience under his belt. Already having faced off against the likes of Dorian Olivares, UFC vet Mondo Gutierrez, and Truck Norris. The 19-year-old has a wealth of experience.
Competing out of the red corner, representing Team Curran. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew Serrato.
In steps AJ, Andrew Full Throttle Serrato. A huge pop for the Team Curran fighter, a black belt, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Looking to come out and be a smooth criminal on these mats tonight. Underneath the bright lights at JCI.
Well, we have a major height discrepancy, and we also have an age discrepancy. The younger grapplers are having the more mature grapplers number tonight. Almost went off the edge, but great redirection by Serrato.
Immediately sitting back for a guillotine and looking to set up a dart was Caleb Brown, but settling into top position is Serrato. There's one way to take away the height discrepancy. There's one way to take away that body type advantage potentially of Brown, is to get on top and get heavy, and that's what we're seeing from full throttle Serrato. I mean, if you're a black belt like AJ Serrato, you've likely dealt with this discrepancy many a times in your career, so this is nothing new at 15 years into the grappling game. Beautiful pass by AJ. Almost twice the age of the youngster Caleb Brown is AJ Serrato.
That just means twice the experience.
Twice the savviness. Twice as long in the tooth as AJ Serrato. And that's definitely not us dealing with our own age insecurities. But back to the matchup at hand.
It's not about us tonight.
Not about us at all. You gotta love, again, I mentioned it earlier, but the patience being implemented by these black belts. Again, it's so easy to get busybodied in these submission-only rule sets. Serrato looking like a precise killer out there as he settles in for a potential north-south choke.
But Brown going for a submission of his own from bottom. We saw this previous in the night.
What an attempt. Shades of old school snowman Jeff Munson as he passes into that north-south momentarily, threatening I mean, that is a perfect actual choke for this sort of a matchup. If you can isolate the neck of somebody, it doesn't matter how much taller than you they are. AJ Serrato clearly knows his game.
Well, and AJ Serrato knows he does not want to deal with the legs of Brown. Even though Serrato is you know, up in my mind, is doing great work, he still is experiencing kind of a nuisance of the legs of Brown. And so he needs to get past those. Now into half guard. He needs to pass back to side control, advance again, and start working on that choke.
You know, it's funny, when I was going through bios for all these guys, I remember AJ Serrato saying his favorite move was side control. And thinking to myself, well, that's not much of a move. But now seeing this, I get it. I get it. He's so heavy from the side. There you see potential omoplata attempt by Caleb Brown.
Nice roll through by the crafty Serrato. But now on bottom.
Well, bailing on the position was Serrato, because clearly that shoulder was in trouble when Caleb threw on that omoplata.
No, but that's a crafty, knowledgeable move to bail, to give up position to avoid submission.
Caleb Brown now from the top. You can see he's one of these. I mentioned invisible jiu-jitsu earlier. I like to talk, when I mention that, I like to refer to that top position that allows for a little bit of space, but is always ready to check your hip, always ready to make the transition necessary to stay on top. It's what we're seeing from Caleb Brown. We've seen it earlier in the night. Like you said, just a testament to the experience being put on display by the youngster already. AJ
nice
Serrato working his way out from the bottom. Caleb Brown sits up for a guillotine. AJ takes the opportunity to start to pass. Oh, locking in. A Kimura is Caleb Brown.
Wow.
What a sequence there as they both acknowledge the moment.
Acknowledging the moment. Amazing.
It doesn't get much better than moments like that. High-level jiu-jitsu, the martial arts on pure display, and then there you see the discipline as they both recognize this is indeed a martial art. We recognize the respect. Yeah, it's okay to Conor McGregor it up sometimes, but at the end of the day, this is a martial art. We see each other. Short time now inside the guard of Caleb Brown with under a minute to work is AJ Serrato. How do you feel about that body triangle?
I was just about to comment on the body triangle from bottom. It's a stalling technique. Somebody long and lengthy like this, they have enough arm to be able to lock something up. But again, if you are doing a body triangle, a body lock from guard, you're also holding yourself to your opponent. You're not allowing yourself the space and flexibility, mobility that you need for a submission. But on the other side, it gives you a moment to kind of regain, gather your composure, and figure out what you want to do next. I think it's a habit that naturally lanky people kind of tend to do just because they can.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if maybe Caleb Brown feels he's done enough as we approach the end of regulation, because we do see him looking to just kind of hold the posture of AJ Serrato down with not a whole lot of time to work.
I think they were both content on
we now head
going to the next round.
Overtime round.
Yeah, with that being said, I guess to your point, there's really no way to do enough during regulation, right? That's more a question of overtime. Now, starting inside the guard of Caleb Brown is AJ Serrato. A dangerous place to be, as we saw during regulation. A tricky customer is Caleb Brown.
Brown starting on bottom and working that high guard position. Isolating that arm, you could go for an omoplata, a gogoplata, one of my favorites personally. We don't see them very often, but right now, technically, kind of a lockdown, high guard position, which is threatening.
Yeah, absolutely. Full mission control here for Caleb Brown in rubber guard. The way he was hugging his leg, it almost made me wonder if he was going to be sitting over for a Hindulatine. Shout out Ben Eddy of the 10th Planet system, where we see some of that 10th Planet system being incorporated there.
Brown doing a great job of controlling the posture of Serrato. Serrato absolutely needs to posture up, pass, open that guard, and create some movement and get into a dominant position if he wants to win.
So tricky because if you're AJ Serrato, you know standing is probably your best way to start to push the pace. But with Caleb constantly looking to underhook the leg, you know you're giving him what he wants.
Yeah, in that moment of standing, you're giving him a possible sweep, a leg lock.
Looked like he was considering a mirror lock momentarily there with Caleb Brown. It's funny you see him going for that mirror lock. I think Frank Mir hit Pete Williams with that before Caleb Brown was born.
Fair point. I wonder if he even knows who Frank Mir is.
He may not even know that it's named, that there is a Frank Mir out there. Whatever the case. There's that body triangle again from the bottom. Potential. Look, just maybe looking for a triangle. Looking to stay active from the bottom is Caleb Brown. Attacking the arm of Serrato now. With the compact arms of AJ Serrato, that's a tough arm bar to secure.
It is, and especially when your guard is locked.
Looking for a Kimura there was Caleb Brown, but using it to pass with Serrato. Now on top is full throttle. What a matchup here.
You know what? I appreciate that Brown didn't open his guard until the last few minutes to try and create an attack or something like that. He didn't want to lose position. It was a smart strategy.
A very exciting bout here by two very game competitors. So we await our official decision from the great Ray Flores here at JCI 1, the Inception.
Grappling fans, your winner by unanimous decision, Caleb Brown. Also, let's hear it for his opponent, Andrew Serrato.
Certainly another youngster you're going to want to keep your eye on is Caleb Brown. Big win for him here at the JCI tonight.
We continue with action. Our next matchup will be contested in the featherweight division. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Team Curran Madison. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Paul Biwak.
In steps Paul Biwak. A very tough, very game purple belt. Do not let that rank of purple belt fool you. Competing at a very high level for a very long time is Paul Biwak.
His opponent competing out of the red corner, representing a train hard, be kind. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Aaron Brooks.
And Biwak is going to need all that gameness as he takes on one of the more active, maybe the most active professional grappler here in the Chicagoland area, as in steps the leader and captain of Pika Pow Jiu-Jitsu. Train hard, be kind. It's time for Aaron Brooks to make his way to the JCI mat. You know you've got someone on your hands that's extremely difficult to deal with when it says his career highlights are hundreds of wins via submission. And that's exactly what we have on our hands with Aaron Brooks.
Your referee in charge of this contest is Mark Wallen.
And not only that, but he listed his favorite submissions as basically all of them.
Yeah.
all of the submissions, not just one, all of them.
Extremely well-rounded is Aaron Brooks. Now Paul Biwak, a software developer. And you know, I mean this in the best possible way. Aaron Brooks isn't exactly the kind of guy that looks like he played varsity football all 4 years of college. We got a couple of guys that are, we'll say, intellectuals on the mat. Look at that triangle being thrown up by Aaron Brooks. And I don't use that term lightly. Both of these guys, absolute thinking men on and off the mat. And you see it in their cerebral approaches and the way they compete. But Aaron Brooks has countless finishes via triangle. And there you see. I mean, he didn't give us a double birds, but shades of Nate Diaz as from inside the triangle, Aaron Brooks looks to get the crowd involved. I was waiting for the Nate Diaz flex as well, Jessica.
I like that angle that he's got right there. That's tightening up that triangle. But on top, Biwak is doing a great job of keeping that pressure, shaking him off. I love the standing triangle escape. I called for that earlier a couple of times. It didn't happen, but that is a great example of how to get out of a triangle from standing.
And who's the first to congratulate Biwak on his submission defense? Aaron Brooks, as he gives him the fist bump, says, wow, nice job getting out of that.
Well, you know, he has hundreds of matches. He's seen a lot. And now he's going for an ankle lock attempt after that impressive
Biwak
switch.
Was getting a great positional situation unfolding. Brooks sees the foot right there, and he's sitting back for that straight ankle.
But it looks like his knee is not through the hip, so there was a threat but not imminent danger.
Threat enough to end up in top position now, as Aaron Brooks also has fantastic guillotines. There you see him rolling for potentially an omoplata or a triangle. When someone's jiu-jitsu is at this level, Jessica, it's always so much fun to watch the fluidity because they're just free out there, you know, and you see that with somebody like Aaron Brooks. As we potentially go leg for leg here.
This entanglement, both have the opportunity to submit or defend. It's who threatens it more.
Go for it, Paul. Come on. Work. Get your legs free. Hooks, underhooks, make hooks. Butterfly hooks, hide your feet.
Fantastic composure, I'd say, for both of these athletes as well. Obviously, I mean, it's what you can expect from a black belt competitor like Aaron Brooks. But to see Paul Biwak also, you know, remaining calm, cool, and collective through some very dangerous positions already. Very impressed thus far with both of these athletes.
Biwak seems to be more on the defensive, but still making really good calculated moves, not putting himself in terrible danger and not getting deterred from it.
Perfectly timed roll as Aaron Brooks is starting to secure that chin strap momentarily.
Brooks just so seamlessly goes from attempt to attempt to attempt. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of watching Aaron compete from white belt all the way through, and it's always just been the case that he clearly loves to compete because when he's out there, he's free. And obviously, as I said, that comes with the knowledge, but it also comes with truly being able to embrace the situation. Another triangle attempt for Aaron Brooks.
Wow.
Great job of bailing and ending out on top.
Ending up in a triangle attempt of his own.
There you see Aaron shaking his finger, letting him know he's just fine. Although earlier today we did see an armless inverted triangle, so I'm not really sure what's going on.
To the arm attempt from the triangle. Look for him to sweep over. You can finish this belly down, or you can kind of go to your side, finish it from there.
Oh, potentially a momentary lapse of judgment there as Biwak leaves his neck on Brooks, more than happy to jump all over it. Ooh, there you see him for that Gordon Ryan-style guillotine. That chin strap, then connection at the elbow.
And now switching to a Darce.
That is quite the Darce thrown on. Wow, Paul Biwak, so game.
And now finally in a dominant position. Normally people would take a breath here, but he cannot afford that.
Threatening a wrist lock momentarily, and that was in there for a moment. Now far side armbar. Paul Biwak showing that he is not at all intimidated by the accolades of Aaron Brooks. He's really going for it tonight.
And now Brooks is threatening an arm from the top.
Oh, giving up the arm and now going to a leg. Is Aaron Brooks threatening the toe hold?
10 seconds.
Under 10 seconds remaining here in regulation. And definitely one of the more exciting bouts of the evening.
Grappling fans, it's now time for overtime.
That's just one of those matches where you just kind of have to sit back and admire it. It was very fun to watch.
The flip going to the red corner and Brooks choosing to start from closed guard. Ooh, a beautiful pendulum to armbar. And that is a wrap. Aaron Brooks.
Wow.
All business in OT. Pendulum sweep to armbar for Aaron Brooks.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by way of tap out due to armbar in our overtime round, Aaron Brooks. And let's hear for his opponent, Paul Biwak.
I mean, that was right out of a BJJ Fanatics. I mean, that was picture perfect.
Make sure to get
I need somebody to clip that out and highlight it. It was beautiful.
Merchandise before you leave here tonight. Make sure to head over to the stand and enjoy some historic JCI merchandise. Our next matchup will be in the welterweight division. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Underground Submission Grappling. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Ken Kranzman.
Ken Kranzman, another black belt. This one coming us out of Underground Submission Grappling.
And his opponent, Competing out of the red corner, representing Hanpa. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Darby Hanpa.
In steps Darby Hampa of Hampa Martial Arts. Of course, one of the affiliates of Team Curran Jiu-Jitsu. He himself the head instructor. But another head instructor leading from the front is Darby Hampa.
Is Robert Hines.
Let's go, Darby.
Hanpa coming out aggressive right out the gate.
A nice little fake to a snap down for Darby Hampa as he immediately decides to sit back for a leg lock.
But Kranzman unbothered.
To say the least. Very dismissive of the leg lock attempt there.
And now going for an entanglement, a Berimbolo.
Hampa switching over to a toe hold now.
Attempt.
Yeah, Darby got the memo that this is submission only tonight.
Get this somewhere solid, Darby. Darby, get somewhere solid.
Oh! Going for that scissor takedown, shades of Rio Chonan versus Anderson Silva, right to that heel hook setup. Collecting the legs there beautifully is Darby Hampa. He's like, I'll take one, I'll take them both.
I'd like to see Kranzman use his hands to kind of fight off the hands of Hampa.
Darby, if this don't work, you progress. Put pressure.
Well, what's really nice about this, Jessica, is he kind of gives himself the option, right? There's a multitude of things he can do from here, especially when he collects both of the legs. But again, Kranzman seemingly very unbothered. Ooh, but with that being said, a beautiful knee bar finish by Darby Hampa as he doesn't let the poker face of Kranzman fool him. Darby Hampa gets it done via submission.
Grappling fans, your winner by way of tap out due to Nemor, Darby Hanpa. And also a round of applause for his opponent, Ken Kranzman. Don't forget to follow us on our social media on Instagram at Jeff Curran Invitational to keep up to date with all the latest news and information regarding Jeff Curran Invitational #2. Our next matchup will be at a catchweight of 165 pounds. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing the Academy Eden Prairie. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hayden Buckner.
Hayden Buckner, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt with already 18 years of experience underneath the legendary Greg Nelson.
And his opponent competing out of the red corner, representing our MMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kyle Perkins.
What a pop for Professor Percolator, Kyle Perkins, representing our MMA. And looking to get one back as Hayden Buckner and Kyle Perkins have faced off in the past. Last time it was Buckner getting the W. Tonight, Perkins looks to even the score here at JCI. Now, funny enough, not only did they compete against each other in the past, they just realized that pretty recently. That's how active both of these guys are. Their competitors are just faces oftentimes. It was after this match was made that they're like, wait, we did face off in the past, didn't we? And I'm sure at that point it was all about revenge for Perkins.
And I'm sure in this region, and I mean, honestly, all over, jiu-jitsu competitors compete at the same tournaments all the time. You're bound to run into each other. I know for females specifically, you end up competing against the same person quite a bit, 2-3 times.
And when you are of the elite, you're just going to be crossing paths, whether it's at the Chicago Open, the Nashville Open, whether you're at the Europeans and IBJJF. Any one of these guys, including our referee, Mark Vivas, they could all cross paths because that's just kind of what happens as the cream rises to the top, right?
I know for me, inside the MMA community, it's a lot like that. You go to the local shows, you see everybody, you get to know the commission guys. You don't really commingle with the judges, of course, but you do get a sense of who everybody is.
And I think what's really fun about that is oftentimes you get to see storylines get created and unfold before your eyes as rematches happen. People that faced off as blue belts face off as black belts. Later on tonight, Justin Seberg taking on Mark Meyer. That's a fight that was supposed to happen in MMA 15 years ago. It's just sort of the storylines that get created inside this world. So much fun to see these two squaring off, though, underneath these bright lights for their rematch.
I like that tight waist from half guard that Buckner has. It really allows him to keep that pressure going, although just as I say that, Perkins creates some space with those legs. Now Buckner trying his hand at the standing passing.
That body lock that Hayden keeps the whole time. That Buckner's keeping the whole time. You can just tell, as we mentioned earlier, the shoulder blades of Perkins are being kept completely flat, and you know it's a result of that body lock. Very difficult to become offensive from the bottom as long as somebody has that strong vice lock.
It's one of those positions that really transfers well from MMA to jiu-jitsu, which I'm a huge fan of, obviously.
Now, Kyle, as I mentioned, one of the leaders over at Real Movement Martial Arts, along with Joey and a lot of their other game competitors traveling at any given point all over the world to compete. There, a beautiful transition to a leg lock. If you know anything about the game of Kyle the Dog Perkins, you know he's got fantastic leg locks. How quick was he to lace up that entanglement there, Jessica?
He created space and immediately capitalized on it. That's what you want to see, and especially at this level.
But with that being said, once that explosion happens, well, now Buckner's going to be minding his P's and Q's that much more moving forward, I'd imagine, you know? So if you're Kyle, you're like, ooh, I got to make that happen again, but that's a lot easier said than done.
It's going to become harder and harder, especially if you're on the bottom. Buckner's going to get tighter and tighter with that body lock. He's going to start taking less risks, applying more pressure, because he's now realized that anytime he creates space, Perkins is going to get those legs in and go for attack.
It's that download period you were talking about earlier, right? He's been through it. He sees what's working, what's not, and now he takes those tools and works with those.
They've literally, both of them have done variations of the same pathway 3 times now. Just slightly different variations to see what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it takes the keen eye of somebody like yourself
I love it.
To catch on that. Little gamesmanship along with.
Just being that comes from years and years of being a good partner on the mat.
Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes you just got to grab your partner by the ankle and drag them across the mat. It's just part of being a good partner.
You don't want him to get run over. You don't want him to fall off the edge. It's good etiquette.
At least on the jiu-jitsu mats it is, right?
In the right context,
Elsewhere,
yes.
Not so much. That butterfly hook there of Kyle Perkins, I think is going to be very important, right? It's a matter of what is he going to do with it and how is Buckner going to make sure it doesn't come into play. Wow. If you blinked, you missed the fancy knee work there of Buckner to weave his way out of that leg, that
Buckner
butterfly hook,
said,
and into
no
side
more
control.
butterflies, and again, push right back into it.
Just over a minute remaining here in regulation.
Easier said than done, but I'd like to see Perkins a little bit more active with that top butterfly. It was kind of wasn't volunteering as much effort as I would have liked to have seen. Maybe it could have helped him off balance Buckner a little bit better.
The way Hayden just stepped back into the guard of Perkins lets you know he feels fine there. You know, that's a place not a lot of people want to be, inside the guard of somebody like, you know, Kyle Perkins. But with the experience of Buckner, potentially with that match already underneath his belt in the past, you saw him step right back into the guard for the last minute.
Well, again, I mean, it's not for a long period of time, but it has worked for him, so he keeps going back to that well. It's kind of a habit of athletes. Once something works for you, once you see that it's possible, you'll start like chipping away at that. As where some of the other matches tonight, we saw what wasn't working for them, so they were making those adjustments.
Wow.
We now head towards overtime.
Yeah, a real treat for all the technicians watching right now, as an absolute chess match unfolding between two of the Midwest's finest grapplers and most active at the highest of levels in Hayden Buckner, who he himself a sub-spectrum state champion in 2024.
Perkins chooses guard and immediately goes to high guard.
Right to rubber guard. Potentially looking to clear the head and shoulder there is Perkins. As you look,
he's trying to get his shin in front of the head of his opponent.
now should he get that to the front knee, there are his options. Whether they be go-go platas or omoplatas. It was the omoplata he went for, but when you're this sweaty and you're just as talented as Hayden Buckner, it's going to be a very difficult submission to cinch up.
We need a submission attempt here, Hayden.
A strong attempt, though, for Kyle Perkins here in OT, as he now looks to lace up a leg.
I like the sense of urgency.
Great job using the butterfly hook to create just enough elevation, as Buckner now looking to pass with the cross step to the hip.
I'd like to see that same sense of urgency from Buckner. He needs to start just kind of going for it at this point.
With under 90 seconds remaining here, it is imperative that both of these guys leave it all out there. We have seen submission attempts from Perkins in this added period, but now we see Buckner having some success, and it's a potential buggy
up
choke.
a buggy. Buckner doing the right thing, trying to put pressure on the throat of Perkins, but Perkins is staying tight. He knows this is his opportunity.
Oh, it's almost time for Perkins to teach us how to buggy, but sliding out was Hayden Buckner.
Good one.
I like that shin-to-shin situation that, I was talking about Perkins, but it was Buckner sitting back for a leg lock of his own. Nice butterfly sweep there by Perkins. Such an active guard for Perkins. Wow, what a fantastic matchup. These two could easily be thorns in each other's side for a long time to come. This may have been a rematch, but they could very easily
They're going to
see
meet
each other
again. Come on.
many a times in the future. Now, with as closely contested as it was,
fans, your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the red corner, Kyle Perkins.
Kyle Perkins evens the score as he and Buckner are now 1-1.
Let's give a round of applause to his opponent, Hayden Buckner.
How about that? Kyle Perkins takes the opportunity to shine some of the light back at the man responsible for putting this all together. The man that put a black belt around his waist for the very first time, none other than Jeff Big Frog Curran.
In Crystal Lake, 12 p.m. no-gi open mat, 1 p.m. the corn roast begins. BYOB, the annual Team Curran Jiu-Jitsu annual corn roast, starting tomorrow. It'll be at Team Curran 102 West Woodstock in Crystal Lake, starting at noon with no-gi open mat. The 1 p.m. corn roast begins. Quick pause and we'll come back with our final 4 matchups.
Anyone can be all they can be, but it takes more than just lifting weights, 12-mile rucks, push-ups and deadlifts. It takes mental resilience, nutrition, spiritual well-being, and proper sleep. And it's all here in the most extensive human optimization project ever created. For 250 years, the Army has been mastering human potential. And now we're sharing what we know with the world. No fads, no fees, no influencing you. It's all facts, all lived results, all in one place. Because fragmented fitness doesn't work. This is All You, a series that explores the Army's approach to holistic health and fitness to help you be all you can be.
Hey guys, Mike Davis here. In my world, performance is everything. You can't afford to cut corners. That's why I teamed up with Alexander PC. These rigs are built right, veteran owned, and every single one comes with a lifetime warranty. So whether you're gaming, streaming, or competing, you need a machine you can count on. Trust me, Alexander PCs delivers.
Work, play, conquer.
What the people don't know. What the people don't know about the Midwest is like somebody like Joey Deal exists. My main event that's taking place, Joey Deal is fighting Timmy Carpenter. Those two have been on shows together where they never met, but they both kind of fell off at the same part of the bracket. Maybe semifinals or whatever, quarterfinals, they lose and never get to face each other. Joey is one of my black belts who grew up under me. He is currently doing his own thing. He's got a great team going, but Joey is one of the grittiest and most talented jiu-jitsu fighters that exists on this planet.
My name is Joey Deal. I'm competing out of May in Bartlett, Illinois, and I'll be fighting for the Jeff Curran Invitational 135-pound title. My entire jiu-jitsu career has been under Jeff Curran. I started jiu-jitsu with him when I was 14 years old. I'm now 34, so it's been a good 10 years, 20 years of me training with him. The last about 5 years I've started my own school, and I've been competing a lot more lately. I started with Jeff when I was a young kid, and I was very inspired by him. I think he's a pioneer in our sport for the local Midwest scene of MMA, and for me, training with him has been really special. It's something that I really cherish. I got all my belts through Jeff. I didn't travel to train at other places. I trained with him my entire upbringing. So to me, it's really special for me to be involved in this invitational.
Hi guys, I'm Timmy Carpenter. I'm a black belt under Professor Dylan Spicer here at the Academy of Combat Arts. I've been training for about 15, 16 years, and really excited to be a part of the inaugural Jeff Curran Invitational. It means a lot to me to be on the very first card, especially to be a part of the inaugural Bantamweight Championship against Joey Deal. Joey is super good. I know he's gone against some of the best in the world, and it's going to be really, really big step in competition for me. So I can't wait to test myself, see how I stack up against some of the best guys out there. I know he's exciting, I'm exciting, so I'm hoping to put on a good show for you guys. Can't wait to see you September 6th.
I want everybody leaving there smiling, laughing, and going, you know what, when's the next one? I want to come back. I hope I get there. I'm not guaranteeing that, but I'm doing my best to make sure that everybody that walks away from this says, that's the place to be, and I want to be back. There's some matchups on my card that on a local level are very interesting, but maybe on a national level are also very interesting. Justin Seeberger, who works here at my headquarters and runs my school with me, going against another black belt who runs a competitor school ran by Dan Hart Jiu-Jitsu, who's actually a good friend of mine. We have the black belt that runs his school and the black belt that runs my school fighting each other right in front of all of our students and all of our fans, and they're both putting it on the line.
Super excited that Jeff offered us the opportunity. I think it's a great matchup. I think what Jeff's doing with this event is super high level, and it's so cool to see it in McHenry County and locally. Mark and Justin both came up at the same time I did, both fighting MMA way back in the XFO days. So I think at one time they may have been slotted to have an MMA match. So Both these guys are super good dudes, ton of respect for Justin. I think they're going to put on a show. The fans are, you know, the ultimate winner, and I'm super excited to see it.
So I came from wrestling. I was at no means like an elite wrestler, but I liked wrestling, and so that's actually why I came to jiu-jitsu, because after high school wrestling I didn't grapple anymore and I kind of missed it. So I found jiu-jitsu. Over the last, I don't know, handful of years, we've really been focusing on you know, being dangerous everywhere. It's a huge deal. You know, Jeff is a legend of the sport. You know, he's been doing this a long time, jiu-jitsu, MMA, a great representative for smaller guys in jiu-jitsu, which I can obviously, you know, look up to and admire for sure. So to be able to be a part of this first event is super exciting, and I'm super honored that he asked me to be a part of it.
Justin Seeberger. I'm out of Team Curran, black belt under Jeff Curran, and getting ready for the JCI Invitational. Super excited to represent our team.
What does it mean to you to compete in the first ever Jeff Curran Invitational?
I'm pretty honored because he came to me and he was kind of the one motivating me. I've been competing a long time since my last MMA fight back in 2013. Kind of put the competition in the background, focused on teaching, and he got it back out of me, so I'm super excited to represent. My style, I think I'm pretty aggressive, wrestling basic. I'm from a wrestling background, but I've been doing jiu-jitsu under Jeff for 15 years, so I'm very solid in my jiu-jitsu game, I feel. And I feel like I'm pretty well-rounded and take the match anywhere we need to. So everyone on the card is very exciting, so there's not going to be a dull match, I don't believe. So.
If you found some car keys, please bring them to the Matt's side. If you found some car keys, please bring them to Matt's side immediately. The JCI Invitational continues as we now have a matchup between two esteemed BJJ black belts. It is bantamweight action. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Hart BJJ. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mark Mallory.
In steps Mark Mallory. Mark goes to Hart Mallory, representing Hart Jiu-Jitsu, a black belt, 16 years into training, a two-time Pan American medalist. Now, facing off against Justin Seeberger, a matchup that was supposed to happen in MMA close to 15 years ago. Now, going down here at the JCI.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Team Curran. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Justin Seeberger.
Enter Justin Seeberger, an instructor of Team Curran, again looking to lead from the front. After going 5-0 as a mixed martial artist, after being a Golden Glove champion boxer, and after taking several years away from competition, he steps back out onto the big stage here tonight to take on Mark Mallory.
Clash, Bernier.
Christian Reynoso here alongside UFC vet and fellow BJJ black belt Jessica Penny. What an honor it's been, not just to be here, but to work aside you tonight. This has been a huge night of action. No better person to work alongside.
I feel
Great
the same
time,
way.
Jessica.
Thank you so much, Christian.
But really, it's been all about these grapplers tonight. I mean, high-level jiu-jitsu from beginning all to right about now. And we know that it's only going to be getting better.
And I feel like if I didn't know they were MMA fighters, I can tell by the physicality of this stand-up match right now.
Yeah, man. They're not afraid to make it hurt a little bit out there, you know? And I think I'm here for it. Two great grapplers, two great hairstyles. We shall see what prevails tonight.
Nice little high C attempt, but was shucked off, and then to a sitting armbar attempt. That was quite the polar opposite of techniques that just flowed together so beautifully.
And using the opportunity to pass is Justin Seeberger as he moves into a north-south, but he is also controlling that arm with like an inverted gift wrap. That is really what it creates, is almost like a triangle type position as you see there, Jessica.
And inside the choke, just sitting there with his thumbs up, not defending it, not trying to move, just letting us know that he's okay.
Well, veteran referee Bernie A obviously recognizes how dangerous this is. She was checking on him for a moment. Now switching to a Dars is Seeberger. This is most certainly dangerous. Now, you know as well as I do, it's a matter of minute, tiny adjustments here for both fighters.
Millar is he's going to his side, and with a choke like this, I want to see him more flat on the back, to be honest, because that's what can end up happening. Anyways, he created space, good on him, but that's one of those positions where traditionally you want to be flat on your back to alleviate the pressure. You don't want to sit up into it.
Malari remaining resilient there, as you said. Yeah, that was a very dicey place to be, because you could tell Seeberger had the squeeze on already. The passing game of Justin Seeberger is clearly very dangerous. Looking for a leg entanglement. There was Malare.
Seeberger really applying some pressure to the neck of Malare. I'd like to see him get a little bit more physical again, like they were in the beginning of the match. Really do some pump fakes just like he did right there. Just try and open him up a little bit more.
Seeberger, of course, Malare as well, very well-rounded. Seeberger himself, though, having a wrestling background. Nice job getting in on that takedown. Almost getting stuck in a choke, but so smoothly passing to north-south is Seeberger. Both of these guys incredibly relaxed, you know, despite these bright lights, despite the anticipation. What I find most impressive about this matchup, aside from the storyline, Jessica, obviously that they once, maybe it wasn't 15 years ago, but it was actually almost a decade ago. Ooh, nice job, Malare getting to the top.
Nice.
Very slick, very explosive. As Mark Malare implores the crowd to get on their feet. As Hart Jiu-Jitsu takes on Team Curran in this pivotal matchup here.
Nice attempt at shelving the single leg by Malare.
Malare, one of the instructors at Hart Jiu-Jitsu. Seeberger the same for Team Curran. So they're not out here just representing the Seeberger and Malare name. They're not just representing their gym. They're representing their students. They're putting it all out on the line. And that really, at the end of the day, it takes a special kind of competitor, a special kind of instructor to do that. Kudos to both of these athletes. It's very easy to sit back as the sensei that's kind of done competing. Both of these guys making it clear that they are not.
No, they're walking the walk, talking the talk. And the crowd is loving it.
Yeah, this crowd has been electric all night long, but this is a matchup that certainly you could feel the buzz increase as
It's
Mark
been a
Malare
nice,
and Seeberger
steady
came out.
build-up.
Absolutely. We're going to be reaching a fever pitch by the time we hit our main event. We have some incredible matchups, some huge names still ahead of us. But just 1 minute remaining in Seeberger versus Malare. Yeah, I'm finding myself just kind of sitting here watching this fight because I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. This has been one of them. And it looks like Justin,
okay.
Oh my goodness, off the side of the mat goes Seeberger.
Uh-oh.
Hard to tell from our vantage point how exactly he went down. It looks like they needed a moment to work on Seeberger there momentarily after he went off the mat. Not a lot of time remaining in competition, or sorry, in regulation, I should say. The energy, the level of technique, all these parts adding up to make an instant classic here. As Seeberger with a beautiful double leg. A beautiful double leg where he cleared his head and made sure that he wasn't going to end up in that choke.
No, he's been wise to it. Anytime that Seeberger has attempted a takedown, Malari's quick to sit to that guillotine attempt.
JCI fans, we now head towards overtime.
It's Malare winning the flip, and he chooses. It looks like he chose neutral, so they'll both be going from their feet. It looks like maybe, I guess we'll call it equipment. It looks like Justin Seeberger needs some tape issues after rolling off the mat earlier. What a matchup, and what a, like we're saying, we've felt the energy building as this evening has progressed. But this matchup right here, I think everybody was very highly anticipating Malare versus Seeberger, and we realized that the buzz was most certainly warranted.
You realize absolutely why.
Going for the low single there was Malare.
Malare going for the takedown. He completely switched up his attempt. He was comfortable playing bottom, and now he's on top and almost in a choke attempt.
But it looks like Malare might have a potential knee bar there as he's using his legs to isolate the right leg of Seeberger.
Seeberger's doing a good job defending. Now he's on top.
Another leg lock attempt for Mark Malare.
His knee is passed. It's one of those things that you need to let go of right now. Yeah, it's too past the crotch area. He needs to bail on it and go for something else.
Passing after getting to the top is Seeberger. Advancing to mount. It's Justin Seeberger locking on the arm triangle with just under 2 minutes remaining. Justin Seeberger looking to take home the finish.
Malare staying calm and defending well by grabbing his own thigh.
What a turn of events as Justin Seeberger very much remaining in this fight. Oh,
a Peruvian attempt.
A failed Peruvian by Seeberger turns into a leg lock attempt by Mark Malare. A little over a minute left remaining in overtime. It looks like Malare has that straight ankle. His corner imploring him to go belly down on it.
Seeberger doing a
good
job defending. Seeberger now in half guard. Malari gets that knee shield again.
Justin Seeberger looking for one more pass. Malari looking for one more submission attempt. Little can opener action from a fellow old school black belt. Justin Seeberger certainly going for broke with under 20 seconds remaining. Stepping over, one more pass, going for the armlock, is Seeberger. Unbelievable performance. This place is on its feet. Justin Seeberger and Mark Malloy, an instant classic here at JCI 1, the Inception. An absolute fever pitch here at the MAC in Crystal Lake. Ladies and gentlemen in attendance and at home, I hope you're enjoying history. What a matchup.
This is the kind of match that's going to put jiu-jitsu on the map.
Who wants to trade? I want to trade. Let's do it. What a matchup.
Put me in there.
What about?
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the scorecards, let's give a round of applause to these two BJJ black belts. We now go to the scorecards. The first judge has it 10-9 in favor of Seeberger. The second judge has it 10-9 in favor of Malari. And the third and final judge has it 10-9 for your winner by split decision. Out of the black corner, Mark Malari.
Mark Malari takes home the win.
Round of applause to his opponent, Justin Seeberger. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow the official after party will be the annual corn roast at Team Curran 102 West Woodstock.
You know, Malari may have gotten the nod, but clearly all of us in attendance and all those watching are the real winners.
We absolutely are the winners. That was an amazing match. This is the kind of matches to be expected from Jeff Curran Invitational.
Transition to the middleweight division. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing the Renaissance Academy of Martial Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Caleb McAllister.
In steps Caleb McAllister. About as decorated a black belt as you're going to come across after a very successful MMA career that spanned nearly a decade, 20 plus fights, transitioned seamlessly to professional grappling, competing for big shows like the Sept Invitational and PGF. Now, looking to stake his claim here at the JCI. But something tells me you're going to recognize the gentleman stepping in to take on the great Caleb McAllister.
Competing out of the red corner, representing Elite Edge and Gracie Fighter. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Josh Neer.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen at home and in attendance, it's that Josh Neer. Josh the dentist Neer. UFC veteran and a real OG of the fight game. Maybe you remember his wars against Nick and Nate Diaz. He's been there, he's done that, he got the t-shirt. Tonight, he steps onto the grappling mat against about as deep of water, jumps into about the deepest waters you can in professional grappling against the great Caleb McAllister.
McAllister claims his best weapon is his cardio. He says nobody will get tired before he does, but I feel like Josh Neer is one to answer that challenge.
I think that's a fair bet. So we've already talked about it a couple of times, but let's revisit. The ability to transition to professional grappling after an MMA career, not only does it speak volumes about the person and their skill level, but about their desire to still compete. I mean, I'm going through Josh Neer's bio, and it's like, what has this guy not done already?
He's done it all. He's one of the best pioneers around. He's been in IFL, Bellator, UFC. He's fought bare knuckle. He's done grappling tournaments. He's fought the best of the best at the time, and he's still got it.
Yeah, from my understanding, as soon as he heard Jeff was going to be hosting this, it was Josh that reached out and said, I want in on that first card. So yeah, those competitive juices very much still flowing for the dentist. Called the dentist because he was known for knocking teeth out. Looking to put the lights out tonight on Caleb McAllister, but that is indeed a tall task. So both of these fighters, you know, as I mentioned, McAllister himself had a very accomplished MMA career. But in years past, it's been McAllister that's been making waves in this grappling circuit. I'm sure Josh Neer is not just wanting to test himself, but he's looking to climb the ranks.
I like how Josh Neer is slowly moving forward, applying that pressure to McAllister. McAllister, you know, still trying to off balance, but in those attempts to off balance, Josh Neer is advancing.
Yeah, you know, he's just he's just keeping that pressure on, being very aware of the fact that he has a dangerous submission threat underneath him. Again, black belts, right? Also a factor that we quite haven't touched upon is Josh Neer does have a sizable weight advantage, close to 20-pound weight advantage on McAllister. We'll see as time elapses if that maybe plays a factor, right? Because he is carrying the weight of Neer when he's pressing into that butterfly guard.
Quick shout out to UFC legend and Iowa native Jeremy Stevens, who is watching at home cheering on his boy Neer.
Shout out Jeremy Stevens. He's got a big fight coming up in bare knuckle.
That's another legend that has been there, done that, has a t-shirt.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Jeremy Stevens. Yeah, he's accomplished just about everything there is, and he's looked. I mean, we'll get right back to the grappling in a second, but talk about somebody that was made for bare knuckle boxing.
Oh, yeah.
He is most certainly in his realm, but back to the matter at hand, Josh Neer. Again,
Still
like you said, methodical, patient.
Still being patient. And that's what you come to expect from a veteran like him.
As we go back up to the feet, Caleb McAllister, Josh Neer, sitting to guard, and it looked like
denied.
It looked like Josh made him pay for that little guard pull right there.
I'd like to see Caleb start pushing that pace from bottom that he talked about ahead of this match. That's what he's going to need to do. He's going to need to get a little bit more aggressive with it.
I think what's tricky about sitting inside the butterfly guard of somebody like McAllister is we've seen tonight that butterfly guard can be such a great avenue to those leg entanglements. You just have to kind of be extra weary with somebody like Caleb McAllister keeping those butterflies on your thighs. I like the way Neer was looking to collect the legs there. You see that sometimes from like the Dagestani guys, the way they lace up those legs and try to inch up to mount. Wise to it was McAllister.
Yeah, these two, I was just about to say the game plan of both of these guys seem to be canceling each other out in a way, and then we just saw a little bit of movement, a little glimmer of the path to take.
It didn't look like Josh cared to engage the seated guard of Caleb McAllister for, was that third or fourth time now?
This is one of those things. It's not working. I understand this is your game. It's not necessarily working. Now we're opening up to something else.
Potential toe hold here for Josh Neer as he takes
Maybe
the
grab that knee up. I like what I saw at the end of the round. Josh Neer clearly not happy about the way this match is going.
Well, I'm going to assume here that Josh isn't a fan of playing the seated guard jiu-jitsu.
No, I wouldn't think so.
You see him kind of imploring our referee, Mark the Shark Wallen.
And
but here we see
wow,
a flipping of positions for the first time in the match.
Interesting.
Nice job of opening the guard at the right time for Josh Neer.
McAllister trying to pin down the legs of Neer, and Neer is going for a Kimura attempt.
Sitting back for an ankle lock now is Caleb McAllister. Switching it to a heel hook. And looking to spin out as the dentist. A lot of time to work here if you're McAllister. Clearing the knee line, though, is Josh Neer.
I'd like to see Neer defend, come up on top, and then start mounting some offense.
Very smart is Josh Neer. He recognized that if he came out on top just by pressing in, he'd be giving up that leg. So smooth, though, is McAllister working his way back to the top. Sitting back once again for an ankle lock is Caleb McAllister.
Josh Neer not happy about this.
Josh Neer looking to clear that knee line once again, and he does.
Wise decision, grabbing both legs and looking to pass his Neer.
Well, he used that pass in regulation, and it looked great. It was how he led to that toe hold. But thus far in the overtime, it feels like it's been McAllister throwing up more of the attempts.
It has. He's been having those attempts. He's not trying to pass, so he's sitting to the leg, and now Josh Neer takes a page from his book.
Well, I think you kind of have to do that if you're in Josh's position, given what's happened thus far, knowing that whoever is hungriest for the submission in this period
he's
is
running out of time,
nod.
and he needs to show his work.
And that'll wrap up Neer versus McAllister, and we will await our judge's decision. As you mentioned, Josh, none too happy. At least doesn't seem all too happy with the way that bout went because, well, we know Josh is looking to come out here and look for a finish.
Exactly.
Not that McAllister isn't, but just different styles, maybe different approaches, different game plans.
It's the difference between an MMA fighter and a jiu-jitsu practitioner, in my humble opinion.
Well, no, I think, McAllister has made that transition from fighting MMA. Now he's very much in that jiu-jitsu competitor realm, right?
Yes. It's a different mentality.
It's a completely different mentality, exactly.
Grappling fans, your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the black corner, Caleb McAllister. And a round of applause to his opponent, Josh Neer. Our next matchup, this our co-feature in the middleweight division. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing Team Curran Open Guard BJJ. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Michael Mutter.
Enter Michael Maven Mutter, a black belt under Team Curran, a former world champion at brown belt. When he went on that run to win worlds as a brown belt, he won every single one of his matches by submission. Quite the statement to make at the world level, making it clear he was ready to make the jump into the black belt realm. But tonight he has his work cut out for him as he takes on about as game a competitor as you're going to find in Dave Porter.
And his opponent, competing out of the red corner, representing Excal Martial Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is David Porter.
Here comes David Porter, the Mongoose. After fighting a who's who of the jiu-jitsu world, including the likes of a Mr. Gordon Ryan, David Porter has seen everything there is to be seen. But tonight he faces a very game black belt who has been making waves in years past in the local and national scene. What a co-main feature here at the JCI 1. As two current black belts face off. Underneath the bright lights, Christian Reynoso, Jessica Penne, and of course the great Ray Flores, your broadcast team here tonight.
Happy to be here, and what a night it has been.
Oh.
Look at that cheeky little back turn.
Yeah. Looked like he was going to show a little bit of the donkey guard there.
That is one of his favorite positions, is it not? But it's actually put him in a little bit of danger. He's going to have to get himself out of a hole right now.
Turning into a bit of a leg entanglement here, and coming out on top is Porter.
He's still holding on to it, but Porter's passed into a side control kind of position. It's one of those things you learn early on. Do not keep control of the head after somebody has passed. But there are still things that you can do from there. It's just not my favorite position or favorite attempt from that position. I mean, that's something that you develop over time through experience, and you gain confidence, and you don't feel the need to rush from position to position like you do when you're an excited blue belt or white belt.
Now, David may be mounted, but he was from the bottom. Martin was going for that no easy heel. And Alexei Olenek.
Porter was looking like he was attempting a little bit of a mother's milk submission from mount. Now he's back into half guard and has to figure another pathway. It's always been an interesting thing for me to compete against somebody from the same lineage. It's kind of avoided unless it was a huge title fight or a big kind of money fight. But in jiu-jitsu, it happens a little bit more commonly. Mm-hmm. And then they can take care of it the next day at the mat if they're feeling a little sore about it. Mutter thinking about sitting back for a leg, but doing it cautiously. Very carefully. Try not to make a mistake and give Porter an advantage.
Porter. Letting the crowd know he's not worried about facing That's just that express every time.
But those kinds of heel hooks are ones that they're not on until all of a sudden they're on and you have to tap. It's but through his experience, he knew that it wasn't in danger. He didn't feel the sense of urgency to start hand fighting or pulling away. Mutter again going for a heel hook attempt, but the knee of Porter is actually past the threshold.
There you see Porter using that butterfly hook to come out to the top as he immediately starts to attack the arm of Michael Mutter.
And now Parker with a rolling back attempt. Mutter isn't stopping though. He's doing the right thing. He has his back attempting to touch the mat so he can escape that back mount. Oh, and a little wrist lock attempt. Now, this can sometimes tap somebody, but honestly, it's just to try mostly to create a scramble, to create movement. I feel like Parker does not have a lot of ligaments intact, to be honest.
Yeah, not too concerned about that. So he's not tapping to a pain submission, that's for certain.
That would make me move.
It's now time for our overtime period.
As we reach the overtime now, 3 minutes remaining for either Michael Mutter or David Porter to make a big statement here. Now, if there's something that we picked up on in the previous matchup between McAllister and Neer, sometimes it's a matter of waiting for if you are going to make it to this period, well, now you've got 3 minutes to really let it fly.
Nice cage guard attempt, but it's stifled with a nice sprawl.
Inching his way to mount while keeping in a one-armed guillotine is Michael Mutter. As Michael Mutter pulls off the one-armed guillotine to get the win over a very game veteran opponent in David Porter. Michael Mutter, your winner.
Grappling fans, your winner by way of tap out due to guillotine choke. Out of the black corner, Michael Mutter. Also, it shows some appreciation for his opponent, David Porter. Also, we ask that you turn your attention towards the big screen as to when the next Jeff Curran Invitational will be taking place. Mark your calendars, January 10th, 2026. That is the next Jeff Curran Invitational. You do not want to miss it and be a part of another incredible night of grappling action. But as we get ready for our featured bout of the evening, let's take a look at a quick preview of our two combatants.
It's like 10:40 maybe?
10:34.
Just in time. My right thigh is about to fall off. Yeah.
What the people don't know about the Midwest is like somebody like Joey Deal exists. My main event that's taking place, Joey Deal is fighting Timmy Carpenter. Those two have been on shows together where they never met, but they both kind of fell off at the same part of the bracket. Maybe semifinals or whatever, quarterfinals, they lose and never get to face each other. Joey is one of my black belts who grew up under me. He is currently doing his own thing. He's got a great team going, but Joey is one of the grittiest and most talented jiu-jitsu fighters that exists on this planet.
My name is Joey Deal. I'm competing out of May in Bartlett, Illinois, and I'll be fighting for the Jeff Curran Invitational 135-pound title. My entire jiu-jitsu career has been under Jeff Curran. I started jiu-jitsu with him when I was 14 years old. I'm now 34, so it's been a good 10 years, 20 years of me training with him. The last about 5 years I've started my own school, and I've been competing a lot more lately. I started with Jeff when I was a young kid, and I was very inspired by him. I think he's a pioneer in our sport for the local Midwest scene of MMA, and for me, training with him has been really special. It's something that I really cherish. I got all my belts through Jeff. I didn't travel to train at other places. I trained with him my entire upbringing. So to me, it's really special for me to be involved in this invitational.
Hi guys, I'm Timmy Carpenter. I'm a black belt under Professor Dylan Spicer here at the Academy of Combat Arts. I've been training for about 15, 16 years, and really excited to be a part of the inaugural Jeff Curran Invitational. It means a lot to me to be on the very first card, especially to be a part of the inaugural Bantamweight Championship against Joey Deal. Joey is super good. I know he's gone against some of the best in the world, and it's going to be really, really big step in competition for me. So I can't wait to test myself, see how I stack up against some of the best guys out there. I know he's exciting, I'm exciting, so I'm hoping to put on a good show for you guys. Can't wait to see you September 6th.
I want everybody leaving there smiling, laughing, and going, you know what, when's the next one? I want to come back. I hope I get there. I'm not guaranteeing that, but I'm doing my best to make sure that everybody that walks away from this says, that's the place to be, and I want to be back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, live from the MAC here in Crystal Lake, Illinois, it's time for our main event of the evening. It is for the Jeff Curran Invitational Bantamweight Championship. Introducing first, competing out of the black corner, representing the Academy of Combat Arts. Please welcome the BJJ black belt, Tim Carpenter.
Enter the tornado, Timmy Carpenter. 15 years in the game, a black belt. The Orbit Submission Series Bantamweight Champion, the Sub-Spectrum Nogi State winner.
The red corner, representing RMMA. He too is a BJJ black belt. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Joey the Real Deal.
Enter someone that needed an introduction, but he's gonna get one anyways. Enter Joey the Real Deal, veteran of EBI, AIGA, ADCC, professional MMA fighter with big wins in the grappling world as well, claiming wins over the likes of Junio Ocasio. Just weeks ago, he vied for the Fury Grappling Bantamweight title. Tonight, he returns home to Crystal Lake, the 8th member of our MMA stepping onto the mats. A leader willing to put it all on the line and put his name on the line as well. Enter Joey, the Real Deal.
The championship contest is Mark Vibes.
What an opportunity for all of us here in attendance and at home and watching around the world to see one of the most elite grapplers in the game right now, Joey Deal, taking on one of the hungriest local up-and-comers that I can think of in Timmy Carpenter. Quick takedown there for Joey Deal.
And I'm looking at Carpenter, just looking at some of his footage. He does flying, jumping, scissors. He does kami masami. He does twisters. He does leg entanglements. He's kind of got it all. He's a fun bag of tricks.
Well, I mentioned it earlier, Joey Deal, a veteran of just about every big stage that there is, and in years past, really jumping all over the ADCC circuit, competing against the elite of the elite and having great success. So great opportunity for him to come here and remind everybody that he is indeed staking his claim at the top, but conversely, what an opportunity for Timmy Carpenter to put himself on the map here against Joey Deal. see Joey Deal standing up inside the closed guard, getting that knee right in the center, slicing through like butter is Joey Deal.
Nothing too flashy from Deal, just kind of sound, solid technique. And Carpenter a little bit funkier with his style.
Well, like anybody that Jeff Curran put a black belt around, the most solid of fundamentals is what you're going to find in Joey Deal.
And that's what works. I know that, you know, it's fun to watch and it's entertaining, but again, just good, solid, basic jiu-jitsu often prevails.
Well, make no mistake, Joey Deal knows how to do all of that fun flying stuff as well. But, you know, it's a matter of recognizing when it's the right time and when's the right place. Right now, Joey Deal really putting the pressure and putting the squeeze on Timmy Carpenter. Right to side control.
Carpenter still composed, still doing the right things, although that shoulder pressure looks intense.
Potentially looking to transition to north-south here is Joey Deal, but Timmy Carpenter locking up that right arm of Deal between his legs.
And there's not necessarily submission there, but it's more of an annoyance, and maybe it gets Deal to make a move, and then he can lock up that inverted triangle.
Well, exactly. That inverted triangle that seems to be the move of the night.
That we've seen all night.
Yeah, apparently it's the move du jour, but also, I mean, Joey Deal is very dangerous in that north-south position, so if nothing else, like you said, it gets him to move and it gets him out of that position.
Lots of time, Joey.
Here we see Joey going back to that same pass. And again, getting great results as he slices that right knee through the guard. Opening up the guard, I should say, of Timmy Carpenter. Sitting back for a leg is Joey Deal. So savvy is Joey. It looked like he had a good bite, but clearly he knew better as he bailed and went right back to the top.
Carpenter with a tricky sweep attempt, but Deal counters it with another locking of the foot.
Timmy may be looking to attack a leg of his own, but clearing the knee line immediately is Joey Deal. You know, this is one of those matchups that was interesting for a variety of reasons, Jessica, and I wondered if, you know, given that Joey has all that experience, Joey has the name, were we going to see him either let it rip or was he going to be more conservative, recognizing that somebody like Timmy Carpenter has everything to gain and not a lot to lose in a matchup like this?
That is a fair point. If I were in Deal's position, I would be playing this more methodical, workman-like pace.
But,
and it's worked out for him so far.
But one thing we know about Joey Deal is cruising to a win is not in his DNA. He will be looking for a finish the whole time that he's out there. But really showing technical mastery, like you said, just keeping it clean, keeping it smart, keeping it methodical is Joey Deal thus far.
Carpenter doing a really good job of elevating those hips, trying to make Deal light. A back take attempt, but he needs to get his feet like a little bit closer to the hips for that.
No. Are we going to see another inverted triangle? No, attacking the arm there was Joey Deal, now transitioning to a beautiful head and arm threat.
That was beautiful. He threatened an arm lock attempt got Carpenter to move, advanced to mount, and now he's kind of working in a almost like a gift wrap position. I can't really see because the ref is in the way, but now he's staying on the back now.
Yeah, Joey's so crafty from these positions.
Look for Deal to sink a little bit lower, flatten him out. I love that he's crossing his legs from mount. That's such a tight mount position. Really great control.
Yeah, that's miserable. That it's almost like a guard from the top. So hard to create space. Joey is just, you could tell from this position, he is just so tight.
And still about 3 minutes to work.
Nice, Joey. Yep. 230.
Timmy Carpenter able to compose with a bit of a, almost like a quarter mount, or sorry, quarter guard. As he collects the ankle of Joey Deal. Now back to butterfly. Oh, almost back to full butterfly. Oh, what a...
And a sweep attempt
Joey
countered
Deal.
by Deal.
What a job of remaining not just offensive from the top by Joey, but really not giving Timmy anything to work with. As we've seen just a very buttoned up approach by Joey Deal. But at the same time, at any given moment, he could be falling back for a submission of his own.
You have to give Carpenter some credit as well because he is making space out of nothing.
And withstood some really dangerous spots. Speaking of dangerous positions, another leg entanglement there.
Keep going, Joey. 110.
A little over a minute remaining in regulation in this our main event. As Joey the Real Deal and Timmy Carpenter vie for the inaugural bantamweight title here at the JCI. So many incredible bouts, just an embarrassment of riches here at the JCI.
40 seconds.
Such a blast, but we'll still have to sit and wait and see how this main event turns out because we're going to be going to overtime, it looks like, Jessica.
We are well on our way to that. And I think these guys have gathered enough information to know exactly the route that they want to take in overtime.
Yeah, I think we're going to see them both let it rip in overtime.
Coming up, it's overtime.
Joey Deal wins the coin flip, and he decides to go neutral. From the feet they go.
Respect to that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Joey's not here to ride out a win.
No, that's confident in his skill.
Joey, a fantastic wrestler before embarking on his mixed martial arts career, but the jiu-jitsu of Deal is just next level.
I still feel that for MMA, jiu-jitsu, wrestling it's got to be the base. It really is.
There you see Joey Deal stepping over and isolating the left arm of Timmy Carpenter as he looks to attack that far side Kimura. This is a lot of time remaining in a period to have Joey Deal cranking on your shoulder if you are Timmy Carpenter.
I like that Deal is locking in that triangle just a little bit more. It's not necessarily going to finish right there. Oh.
Or maybe it is. Joey Deal gets the finish. And it wasn't the arm. It was the squeeze, I believe. It was the squeeze of the inverted triangle.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I mean, it makes sense that we conclude this evening with another inverted triangle finish.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Unreal.
your winner in overtime by submission. And now the JCI Bantamweight Champion, Joey the Real Deal. Tim, stay up here once. You can take out your mouthpiece real quick. Tim, Joey, stay up here. We're going to have a conversation with both competitors. Tim, what an amazing effort. Give us your thoughts. I know you're obviously disappointed, but what a showdown here tonight.
Yeah, I knew Joey's super tough. Joey's been around killing it in the ADCC tournaments right now. Just had a really great match against Junie, so his leg-lock game right now is very solid, and he knew exactly what I wanted. I've been trying to go over entries from the guard, which I couldn't really get going. He's very tough. You know, I just appreciate Jeff, Joey both setting up the match for me. I want to test myself. I feel like I did well. I'm not disappointed. I'm disappointed I lost, but I'm not disappointed in the match at all. It was a great match. I hope everybody here enjoyed it.
How much does this benefit you moving forward in your grappling career? Because you went ahead and had a tremendous performance against Joey Deal, even in a losing cause.
I think it still elevates me pretty high. You know, even though I didn't beat Joey, I felt like I had a great showing against Joey. I think I could be able to take the next step in the 135ers and go against some of the guys Joey's gone against before. Maybe get a rematch with them in the future. You know, I'm hoping to really try to get that win over him just because I think it'd be pretty cool.
We'd love to see a rematch, Tim. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Tim Carpenter, now we're with the champ, Joey the Real Deal. Wow, what a finish in overtime. I'm sitting there with Christian and Jessica, and we're marveling over that submission victory. Joey, talk us through it.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite submissions of all time, the side triangle. I tried it earlier, it wasn't working. He's a very tough opponent, so everyone give him a hand. Timmy Carpenter's awesome. A lot of people don't know who he is, and he's super talented, so I'm hoping he gets more matches and really, you know, gets to the next level.
What's it like? You've obviously, you know, you grew up under the big frog Jeff Curran, capturing your BJJ black belt. Now you're full circle. Now you're holding the inaugural JCI Bantamweight Championship. What does this moment mean to you?
Honestly, this belt doesn't really belong to me at all. This is Jeff's belt because without him, since I can remember, I've wanted to make Jeff proud, and I hope like a performance like this is something he sees and he says, wow, like the jiu-jitsu's working. Because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be here. This is like, there's no chance I would be here if it wasn't for him.
Completely agree, and obviously it was very loud in here tonight. What does the support from the fans? I mean, this place was packed. BJJ so well represented, but what does the support from the fans mean to you and also to the entire sport that is BJJ?
The sport just keeps growing, and like I said, every single grappler here and everyone who even didn't compete but grapples, they owe someone like Jeff, who's a pioneer in the sport. He brought high-level jiu-jitsu to the Midwest, to Illinois, and so, you know, we need people like that in the world. He keeps spreading it, and I hope this show just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and I'm here to help.
Well, speaking of the big frog, Jeff Curran, Jeff, let's bring you in. Jeff, your thoughts on Joey Deal's performance tonight in your inaugural main event?
Joey's never let me down. You know, his jiu-jitsu has always just been, sorry about my voice, I've been screaming all night too. I'm so proud of him. You know, he came in my school at 13 years old, and, you know, I just let him into my life, and I felt very, like, connected to him, like, in so many ways. And to see him go through what he's doing in life now, I'm so proud of him. But overall, just, we can't do it on this platform without fans, without you guys. So, there's jiu-jitsu tournaments all over the world, every weekend, every gym, and nobody's getting noticed. Maybe on the big tournaments, the really big shows, you get one person getting a lot of hype. But I want to try to really do what I did for myself and my school in the Midwest with competition jiu-jitsu in the Midwest and just keep putting us on the map at this level. So thank you guys so much for coming out. Thank you, Joey and Timmy, for an awesome main event, and everybody that competed here tonight did awesome. I don't think I had a minute tonight that I was bored. January 10th, we're doing it in McHenry at a very small venue called the Vixen. So, don't wait on your tickets because I think it holds half of this, but I committed to that and I'm looking forward to it. We'll put together a really nice card, and we're just going to keep growing like Joey said he hopes we do. We're going to do it. Tomorrow afternoon at my gym, we're having an open mat at noon, and I have a big corn roast. Come by, have some corn, have some drinks, train with some different people, and just kind of see everybody and hang out, okay? So thank you very much. Have a good night. Thank you, everyone.
Jeff Big Frog Curran, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here at the first ever Jeff Curran Invitational to close off the night. I'll turn it back over to my broadcast colleagues, Christian and Jessica. Guys, take it away.
What a night of action here at the JCI, an inaugural event, but it was all systems go from beginning to end, Jessica. An honor, a privilege. What a night we've had, Ed.
It was an amazing night. I'm so excited to have been here to be able to witness this. It wasn't just about the matches, but the progression of the sport. And this is the kind of show that will help catapult the sport into the mainstream.
Absolutely. 27 matches. Not really quite even sure where to begin talking about. What a fantastic night. Truly an embarrassment of riches as we had so many big names, so many up-and-comers recognizing the opportunity ahead of them. They went out there, they showed up, and they showed out.
From bottom to top of the card, it was a slow, steady build of excitement, of anticipation. Fight of the night for me, though, was Millar and Seeberger.
Absolutely. So many great matchups. But Millar versus Seeberger is most certainly one that we're going to be talking about for a long time. An instant classic. So much fun. So many big names. How about seeing guys like Caleb McAllister take on Josh Neer? A real old school meets new school matchup. We had Michael Mutter taking on Dave Porter. Michael Mutter looking absolutely sensational. I mean, you're not going to face off against somebody more game and more experience than Dave Porter. Both of those guys put it all on the line. A fantastic matchup, which only brought us to the fever pitch that was our main event. Joey Deal versus Timmy Carpenter. What a fight that was.
It was a technical masterpiece from start to finish. One that I would possibly love to see again. And I think it just gets me really excited for the next one in January.
Yeah, absolutely. With that being said, we return January 12th with JCI 12. And if this, JCI 2, sorry. And if this night was any sort of indicator of what we have ahead, well, things are about to get very, very exciting. With that being said, what a night of action. What a pleasure and what an honor. Thank you so much for joining us here at the JCI. So for myself, Christian Reynoso, Jessica Penny, the great Ray Flores, and the legend, Jeff the Big Frog Curran, that is going to be a wrap, and we will see you January 10th when the mats roll out and the bright lights shine here at the Jeff Curran Invitational.